person who asked me, he said to me, Frank, we want to know what have you been doing and where are we with the white paper? So I said to him, listen, I can talk about that. The white paper is a national strategy. It's not a DTIC strategy. And I want to make that very clear from the beginning, because whenever industry or whoever refers to the white paper, they say, no, it's a DTIC document and DTI is responsible, but it actually belongs to government per se. The first thing we needed to do was develop the productive capacity within and ensure that we can still produce electric vehicles, and we needed to support the 7 OEMs and the component manufacturers. So we needed to increase the levels of investment and funding. I'm having a small difficulty because I cannot put on my glasses, those lights are too bright, and then I can't read on my on my iPad, and I don't want to turn around every time. But anyway, we needed to increase the level of investment. So the TTI has got what we call our APDP program. We needed to amend the APDP program to accommodate electric vehicle manufacturing, and our tools at ITEC and at the DTIC is what we call the AIS, the APDP. Those are all amended now to its enhanced benefit for car manufacturers in South Africa. And then there's the 150% accelerated depreciation tax deductions that's available for investors who's going to invest in the sector. So yeah, the second action that we needed to look at the electric battery regional value chain. Not so long ago, the critical mineral strategy was approved by Cabinet, and the whole idea of the strategy is that we needed to expand the regional value chain. I'm still in this. Thirdly, you needed to make it more cost-effective to own an EV in South Africa, so we were looking at reducing the import duties on fully built-up batteries. The Minister approved these amendments also in April this year, and any manufacturer can now rebate the import duties under Chapter 98 in the APDP. Thirdly, we need to secure our duty-free export markets, because currently 50% of our vehicles are exported to the EU, and if we're going to do electric vehicles here and we're going to have a battery with a 60% not local content, with a 50% foreign content, we're not going to meet the rules of origin criteria within the EU, and now our trade branch is currently renegotiating this with the EU. Let me go further. Another action was to our commercialization of the hydrogen's production. The green hydrogen, sorry for this tongue twister, the green hydrogen commercialization strategy was approved, and there are currently major projects underway in Sasolburg, Priska, and Kucha. We needed to implement energy reforms, so new capacity through ESCOM is currently online, and this is through the battery energy storage system and cross-border power supply. The 8th action item was implementing reforms to network industries, including freight, rail, and ports. The DOT has now established what we call a private sector participation unit within, and this is together with the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Another action within the white paper is that we needed to refurbish the rail line between Gauteng and PE. That's what we call Ungukura. Now, the last meeting I attended on this was that Transnet is in collaboration with the AIDC, and they are bringing this corridor to market, and they've already started work on this. That's the progress that they've made there. And lastly, on the productive capacity is that the white paper advocates that we should develop a EV certification program. There were some initiatives by industry, and what I've learned and what we know is that TUT, CPUT, and UNISA is now onboarding a degree program for battery electric vehicle drivetrains. The sixth action to support the EV market development was we should be implementing a framework for fleet transition. We will be using our designation policies in that regard. We needed to scale up charging infrastructure. Here, I need to take my hat off to the Eastern Cape and the AIDC in the Eastern Cape. I believe they've rolled out 13 stations within that province. And then I think Gridcast is on track with they're operating about 70% of the charging stations currently in South Africa. The third action item under this category is that developing opportunities for localization of charging components and infrastructure. Well, this is a progress that we are still looking for, and we will trying to make provision for manufacturing incentives for local production in this regard. Supporting increased grid capacity to facilitate EVs is the fourth one. As far as I understand, there's what we call a grid access unit within Eskom at the moment, and they are making steady progress with the grid access delivery plan in support of electric vehicles. Then this is a big one. The EV white paper must consider consumer incentives for adoption of EVs. It's the question that we are facing regular with. As you know, this is not going to happen over the short term, maybe in the long term. The DTI per se, we are constantly talking with National Treasury on this, but we've been told that there's no money for consumer incentives, so I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat that one. Evaluating the need for economic regulation and EV charging, that's ongoing work with the NECOM committee that we are currently serving on. So yeah, those are the action items within the EV white paper. It's the problem with electric vehicles in South Africa, and I always say this, the elephant in the room is still there. We have a very slow uptake of electric vehicles in South Africa. Only 3% of all vehicle sales were electric vehicles last year. It was about 1,200 battery electric vehicles which were purchased. So it's not going according to plan. The affordability of electric vehicles is also still an issue. I think the cheapest EV, maybe someone can correct me, according to me, it's over 500,000, half a million. I don't think the average South African can really afford driving an electric vehicle. Range anxiety, yeah, many might disagree with me on this one. As long as there's no DC charging infrastructure within your area, you will always have range anxiety. And I think it's getting better, but as EVs adoption is taking shape, these things will most probably disappear in time to come. So what is the way forward for the EV white paper? As I said, it's not just a DTI paper, it's actually a paper for the entire, for each municipality, for each provincial government. It's a paper for each national department, because the TTIC, we can only do what we can do, and that is to look at creating the environment to produce EVs within South Africa. And so it's a 10-year roadmap strategy. Key milestones, I can clearly say that we've amended the incentive program for manufacturers. We've amended the AIS guidelines. The 150% depreciation allowance have been finalized. And if you have an EV project, what have we done also is that we've worked with the IDC to set up this PMU. It's a project management unit within the IDC. You're welcome to bring your projects to the IDC. And there is funding under the JET implementation funding agreement, so that your project will most probably undergo a bank feasibility process, and it will be assessed, and you might just get the funding that you will be needing. So as the DTR, we will continue to monitor and evaluate. I'm so sorry, I'm not used to this. So we will continue to monitor and evaluate international technology developments. And let me say thank you.
Do you want to swap jobs? No. No, you don't. I think the potential is there. You know, the potential is absolutely there. Thank you so much. That was Mr. Frank Stevens taking us through the white policy papers from the DTIC. He started off by saying that he had suit anxiety. And, but there's actually no direct link to who invented the suit. It was just the pants and the shirt, and men used to wear a coat, and somehow over the years it was refined. But I must tell you, gentlemen, you have won when it comes to dressing. You have won, because think about how practical a suit is. Doesn't matter what the weather is, a suit has you covered. It's cold, you are covered. It's warm, you are covered. Nobody sees you sweating, right? If you think about a suit, there are only so many colors it can come in for most people. We don't want to talk about those who go off the spectrum. But generally speaking, it's blue, it's gray, or it's black, right? I mean, so you open up a men's wardrobe, it's so properly organized. Open up a woman's wardrobe. It's like a hurricane and a tsunami have come together after a bad night of Savannah. Right? So you have won as men when it comes to the suit. And a white paper is a little bit like that. It's a steady document that guides and covers the sector full-time all the time. And if you follow it and you wear it and you do what it needs to do and you delve deep into it, you will always be covered. So that's the interesting part. But I have something else interesting to tell you. Do you know that heels were generally designed for men? Men initially wore high heel shoes. This is where we lose again, ladies. We lose again. Why are men not wearing high heel shoes today and we are having to have shoe anxiety? So we need to rethink this and give men back the heels, and we take the flat shoes. We've got it wrong there. But let's move on with the program, because up next, we're starting to break it down now into its various parts and its components, and I'd love to invite on stage the CEO and Executive Director of NECAM, because NECAM, which stands for the National Association of Automotive Component and Allied Manufacturers. I've had a few conversations with him, and the really interesting part of the work that he does, that he looks at the entire sector's access and diversification and trade of the elements and components components that go into motor vehicles. So let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence, Mr. Renai Muthial.
Program Director, thank you for that. My name is Renai Motilal. I am the CEO of NARCAM. Let me borrow on what Frank did, and Chairperson of GGDA, can we use you and all of the hard work you did in acknowledging everyone that was here to let me also thank and greet the dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, Frank, you gave me anxiety. I hope this thing is okay. I know what I'm doing. Colleagues, I think this is a really exciting day and topic because there's been a lot of hype about EVs and NEV and transition and all of that. But what many people miss is that South Africa's got a long history of automotive manufacturing. And I think the program director was referencing the full, the kind of encompassing value chain. So let me do my job and start off by saying, let's recognize how strong autos manufacturing in South Africa is. Let's recognize how strong this particular region is in autos manufacturing. And let's be confident that whatever the technology change that may come, the base that we have here is ready to respond. And I hope that during the course of my presentation, I'll be able to make a case for that. Why do I want to make the case for that? Sometimes I feel as if we get lost in discussions about, are we ready, what needs to happen? There's a lot of good work that has come in some of what Frank has already presented. I may skip through some of it because we are a very close sector, we work very closely together, and we often share views and information. So if there's policy stuff here, I'll go through it quickly. But I think to just close my introductory kind of thinking, let's leave here today knowing that the South African sector is robust. There's challenges. Everyone understands the global dynamics. But I think the sector has responded to many speed bumps over time. And this one is not particularly a speed bump. This is one where there's significant opportunity, and I think as South Africans we can unlock some of that, and I'll share some of my thoughts on it. My own organization is the mandated body for auto component representation in the country. We represent probably around 150 manufacturing members who employ the greatest part of skilled employment in the sector. Upwards of 80,000 jobs found in component manufacturing. And these companies particularly exist to support the local OEMs, export markets, and as well as a level of domestic and global aftermarket. Anyone who has interacted with an industry body over time will recognize the wide range of activities and services that we deliver on behalf of our members, engaging with colleagues on policy issues, trade-related issues, networking, supporting the sector with relationship building, education, best practice advice. A really interesting time for us this year, at least as the component side of the sector. We finalized a 3-year wage agreement with our colleagues in labor, particularly through NUMSA, to have a level of stability for the next 3 years in terms of the wage agreement. We urge our colleagues in the OEM sector to look at finalizing theirs as soon as possible. I believe that's still ongoing. And we would look to our colleagues in labor and the OEMs to kind of get that done without further impact or stoppage in the sector. The sector in South Africa is very big, and I suspect during the course of the next 2 years, you'll get a sense of how wide and diverse it is. I don't want to spend too much of time on this one. I think, colleagues, you've got access to share this, but let me just underline the point. We've got 7 large vehicle manufacturing plants as well as a range of MHCV assemblies. Domestic vehicle production just under 600,000 last year, and one of the biggest contributors to both export or forex earnings as well as capital investment in the sector. Component sector for a long time as a distinct sub-segment has also been a big contributor to those economic metrics. Last year alone, an export value of more than 60 billion rand of components left the country. Let's get into some of today's specific issues. I started off by saying there's a bit of hype on the topic of NEVs. Allow me to just share a personal story. There's a lot of stats here. It shows how NEV vehicles have trended, possibly now slowing down and whatever. This isn't a new discussion. I was lucky enough to visit a museum, the Toyota Museum of Automotive History kind of thing, in Nagoya a few years ago. And unlike many of the different brands, often you'd go to a brand and they'll have a history of their own production. This particular one was a history of the world's kind of automotive story. And I still have a picture on my phone of something called a Baker electric vehicle, 1912, with a range of 90 kilometers. So that's Durban to Maritzburg for those of us who know KZN. More than 100 years ago. So the technology's been around. I think as we talk about it more and more, we come back to what Frank was talking about in terms of how politics, global economy are shaping demand for a particular technology. And the rise of China as a manufacturing destination has also kind of been in parallel with what we're seeing in terms of electric vehicles and that part of the world's dominance in production. What we also know as policymakers and stakeholders is that NEVs have grown globally on the back of financial incentives from government and some of the climate-related policies. Africa particularly has not been a big part of that story. So you can look at that as a challenge, or you can also look at it as an opportunity. For this particular kind of discussion, when we talk EVs, I'm including the range of EVs, whether it's hybrid, fuel cell, or hydrogen type EVs, battery electric vehicles. I did say you could look at this as the African story as a challenge or an opportunity. My own view is I think it's a significant opportunity. The EV market is projected by the end of this year to be more than $200 million, and that's obviously coming off a low base. In South Africa, NEVs, just over 15,000 were sold in 2024, and that's almost double the previous year. We'd be interested to see what this year closes out on. I think the one often forgotten part of the discussion is the opportunity in terms of two-wheelers and last mile delivery vehicles and the role that electric propulsion can play in that particular space. And I think as South Africa, leave what's happening in other countries, as South Africa, we should also be paying stronger attention to that. Frank, I think you mentioned that the issue around infrastructure and affordability is obviously one of those or those dynamics that to some extent constrain growth of NEV consumption. These are some interesting case studies of investments that have happened across the African continent. I'm not going to go through the whole lot of them. Let's look at the example of Stellantis in Morocco, and then bring it back to the fact that Stellantis has also announced intention to assemble here in South Africa. Maybe let's be creative in how we look at those kind of new entrants and whether they start playing any space in the NEV discussion. Frank, you described some of the government-related programs that have been put in place to support this nascent part of the sector. We trust that at least as the OEMs start increasing their own plans and announcements with regards to NEV production, then the opportunities for the value chain start growing. I think this has already been covered. It's just a graphical way of explaining what has happened in terms of the policy development pathway that's resulted in what we now know as the white paper that Frank was talking about, and some of the key initiatives within there, including the tax incentive accelerated depreciation for NEV assembly and the additional 10% cash AIS for component manufacturing. I hope it's the last time I can say, Frank, you also spoke about this. I think you've covered a lot of this. Maybe let me just underscore the point that policy in South Africa has taken a very firm direction, and the direction is support production, ensure that the productive base is supported to transition to whatever technology is needed. And I think it's a really important point. As we're starting to see changes in trends around battery electric, the fact that the South African APDP is to some extent technology neutral says that the policy levers can shift very quickly to support whatever the type of technology is. And I know the DTIC has recently completed APDP amendment guidelines to include some of the hybrids and the like in the program. I think I've made the point already. This is just a summary of some of the sales data. Definitely, we've seen over the last few years domestic OEMs starting to include a range of NEVs in their production mixes. BMW, Ford, TSAM or Toyota and Mercedes all have a variant of NEVs being assembled in the country already. I think the important one is, to what extent do you eventually get a level of full battery electric? Will we get there? I think a large part of that will be driven on consumer trends and how our own domestic market develops in terms of infrastructure and the other supporting dynamics. This for me is the exciting part of this whole discussion. Because the reality is, if as a country we don't extract some of the economic advantages associated with the value chain and the main components of an electric vehicle, then we should rather maybe be chilling over a coffee instead of trying to internalize some of this discussion. Why do I say that? We should not allow South Africa to devolve into a pure assembly destination. The kind of components associated with NEVs are typically high value, and we should be kind of militant or stringent about ensuring that some of those technologies are produced here in the country. What you see over here is just a snapshot of kind of the transition from pure ICE to full battery electric and the kind of different scale of technologies. And for example, if you look at a battery and how a battery has to develop as it gets into either on one side of the spectrum, ICE usage, and the other side being full battery electric. But the point is, the capability exists, the raw materials exist, it's just a matter of ensuring there's sufficient volume and order demand. My own organization was part of various studies to unpack what we think components with quick win kind of localization opportunities or potential exists, and it's our view that at least in terms of electric motor and transmission, or what's known as the e-axle, power electronic subcomponents, high voltage electric distribution, battery subcomponentry and battery assembly, thermal management systems, hydrogen fuel cells and tanks. For a variety of reasons, all of these, like I said, high value assembly opportunities, but also potential to be assembled here in South Africa or produced here in South Africa. The raw material advantage we have, not only in the country but in the region, coupled with the relationships and the strength of domestic component manufacturers, the international technology or license partnership agreements, means whenever somebody, if you read in the paper, we're not ready, the sky is going to fall down, we're going to lose the sector. It's not true. The reality is automotive manufacturing has responded to technology changes every time there's a new platform. Every time the X3 changes, there's a technology change, and suppliers have to be ready for that. So they invest, they bring in investment, they invest in skills. If that they don't exist domestically, then it comes in globally through part of their own purchasing structures with the OEMs. And the transition to technology will happen as soon as the volume of vehicle announcements happen. There's a lot of discussion. The EV white paper talks about the opportunity for battery manufacturing. High voltage batteries are if somewhere between 30 to 40% on the value of a battery electric vehicle. So if we use a kind of thumb suck figure of 60% localization, if you don't have the battery, then you gotta basically be local on every other part of the EV. And that tells you why a focus on having some level of battery capability in the country is important. So the business case for South Africa, let's recognize that, as I started off saying, it's a deeply entrenched sector, and it's got a long-standing history of government support, both at a national policy level, but including some of the organizations that are part of putting this particular summit together. We cannot underestimate how important things like location advantage, the setting up of proper supplier parks, the kind of utility support that comes through some of these structures. That's all part of a longer-term business case. So we must commend structures like TASEZ and the Autos Supplier Park in Roslyn for the work that they do in contributing to the overall value proposition. The work that Transnet does, the development of rail corridors, it hasn't been great, but I think some of the deregulation that's happening and attempts to... Sorry, I was lazy. I should have switched this off. The work being done to resuscitate the rail networks are all going to be part of a longer-term development for the sector. If I haven't made the point already and you haven't worked out, I'm a big fan of component manufacturing in South Africa, and we're already showing a lot of capability in terms of some of these new components, at least on global production or export markets. There's a range of metal-based foundry and forged businesses going into the highest selling one-ton pickup in the US, including their electric vehicle variant. There's already a manufacturer of processed raw material into an OEM that is doing electric vehicles in the US. In this particular province, there's been a really exciting development of a black-owned SMME for high-tech fuel cell and electrolyzing components for what's known as the membrane of a fuel cell electric vehicle propulsion system. I attended an event about just over a year ago in Munich called IAA Mobility, and it was basically focused on electrification. And all of these companies that you're seeing on that slide are already present in South Africa. And they're doing great things in terms of e-mobility and component production to support e-mobility globally. Simple point, they're already here, ready to respond. Once the volume exists, they'll be able to use global arrangements and global partnerships with head offices to enter whatever that particular component requirement is. So again, if anybody is saying country is not ready, let's discuss that on the basis of fact versus the front page. My own organization regularly polls the membership base or the components side of the value chain to understand what's actually important in their own strategic decision making. around a particular technology and transition towards type of technology. The most important, as you can see over there with the red arrow, is incentives for production, and Frank and colleagues have already announced some of those incentives, and demand certainty from OEMs. This is a really critical point. There's a lot of challenges that people talk about in the auto sector, and some of that results in OEMs not producing at the same volume that they may have announced at the start of a particular platform. I mean, everyone has read, for example, of Ford and the coming retrenchments that they're negotiating. That's all on the back of volume losses or reduced volume that their plant is being faced with. So what's really important is that we have a framework and a supporting ecosystem that ensures that OEMs are able to produce at scale and volumes that are being announced, not necessarily having volumes go backwards. And for component manufacturers, as long as you've got that volume, you've got the production incentives, you kind of A for a way in terms of being able to produce. Let me conclude. I think South Africa has the building blocks, the policy support, the capability and capacity to make the NEV transition in terms of the full value chain. And we have to do it for the full value chain. If it's just about bringing in sub-assemblies from another country and assembling it here and saying, hey, we've got NEVs, and it's a waste of time for everyone. With the right measures, we can be a continental NEV leader. To use, for example, I'm not singling out Ford, it just so happens that my organization used this as a case study. It's really exciting that they shipped out their first batch of locally produced plug-in hybrids into those markets already in New Zealand, Europe and Australia, and have recently invested more than 5 billion to upgrade the plant, including NEV battery assembly and modernizing their lines. So I think I've made the point. There's opportunities, the structures exist, the policy exists. Yes, there's a bit of tweaking. We should kind of be holding hands a little bit tighter, but the frameworks are there for us to unlock significant value out of NEV production in South Africa. And let's hope discussions like what we have here today give us the momentum to do so. Thank you very much.
There's a quick gift for you and a photo that's going to be taken. We'll do it later. Thank you so much. I think I can always trust you to lay the lay of the land so simply, reminding us who we are and how we were established and how we need to think about practically just simply what the next steps are. So thank you so much to Mr. Rene Muthilal, the CEO of NECAM. I can't say it too fast, my apologies. And I think moving the program along swiftly, we now want to move to the science behind NEVs. And the science behind it is going to be presented to us by Mr. Mbangiseni Mabudafasi. He's the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation representative for this conversation. So these are really very technical conversations, so stay with us as we go behind the scenes. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage.
I think everyone was here is taller than me, so let me try to bring it to my level. Good morning to everyone, and thanks to the organizers for inviting us as the department to be here and showcase what we're going to do, what we're doing at the department. So it's the science behind the NEV, but I'll really lean towards what the department is doing, just to get a feel, or you guys to get a feel of what the department is doing. My name is Mbangiseni Mabudafasi, as it said. Unfortunately, I didn't put my title there. The last time I didn't put my title, somebody called me, I was the DG of the department. So let me just, I'm not the DG. I'm the acting director, power, on a unit called Hydrogen and Energy. I think it's very famous to some of you guys here. our unit, what you're doing. I think it's my second time or third time to be in an NEV summit. The first time was in, I think it was in Durban ICC when we inaugurated that, when we collaborated with the private sector to have this, so it really went well. But that time, I think I was the co-chair of a government committee or task force that really planned this around this. I think DMR by that time was one of the department that chairs around that. So I'm going to go through some of the work that we do. Okay. I thought I should put this slide just to get a feeling that what do we do with these kind of challenges? The geopolitics, your tariffs. I think the past few years we've been hearing this a lot. But as a department, we continue try to do, I think what the previous speaker said, I think the CEO of NACI, to produce our own localized technologies with the publicly funded projects. In the projects that we do, we always make sure that we have our own IP so that we don't depend on other people's IPs. Because we've seen in the past that when you depend on other people's IPs, licensing and other issues really pull you back. So when you have your own IP, what do? We try by all means to commercialize that. I think we've heard about the commercialization of our own activities. We all know we have resources and all those things, but the most important thing here is the IP that we create and use it to commercialize it. It's not easy. We found it very challenging to commercialize or to go into the market. Some market, even in here, South Africa, dominated by foreign countries, for example, China and others. But to penetrate that market is not easy. But what do? Because sometimes we realize that we do not have the expertise, the know-how, but we collaborate. We partner with these guys and try to share and make sure that when we partner, we use our own IP as a reference to that. So our department is a custodian of research, development, and innovation. So you will not hear a lot of policies in this discussion, but we hear a lot of research. And I know the question is, research until when? This is what I'm going to say. We do research until at what stage we say we leave research now. You go and deploy these technologies. Because we can't research forever, because the people there are waiting for these technologies. People are waiting for this to be used. I mean, importing these technologies, it doesn't help the country. We don't create jobs. And as government, people say government isn't creating jobs. But if we are benefiting on our own technologies, it's much easier. So our work is centered around the 2019 white paper, which is on science, technology, and innovation. You can see science starts there. So we're using science at the center of our technologies. At the same time, this document, which is the white paper on science, technology, and innovation, it gets inputs or it gets work done through what you call a decadal plan. This is a 10-year plan. So a decadal plan itself gets information from the National System of Innovation, NSI. Who are those people? Those are research people, researchers in this country. Your academia, your universities, your research councils. We bring them together and do the work. Why in that fashion? We found we all agree it's much cheaper to go to university and get the concept. Like I said, we are the custodian of research, development, and innovation. So if you go to university, it's much cheaper. You don't waste enough funding. But you will see some of the technologies that we talk about here. They are really, really expensive. They're expensive in such a way that it really needs collaboration, coming together as government and move forward on that way. Okay, as I said, we develop these technologies, these programs, but also aligning with other government policies, other government strategies. Like, for example, we work with our technology in terms of to reduce or to decarbonize the the environment, or to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So this, in all the sectors that we can decarbonize, we use that opportunity to do so. We can decarbonize even the transport sector, of which today I'm going to show you some of the technology that we do that. Even the building sector, in collaboration with DEE, we do decarbonize using our fuel cells technologies in that regards. But here we target the public buildings to decarbonize the building sector. Also, the hard-to-abate industries, we try to decarbonize that as well. We had a turnkey technology that we used to trap CO2, convert that into commodities that can be sellable in that regard. So if you look at those are 4 flagship programs. Each program has got a niche area to work on, but mostly we can look at the energy storage program, where we have a consortium from universities, councils, and that consortium, it really does wonders, because the little funds or the few funds we have, we can achieve some of the activities and see how we move that. I'll show you some of the expertise that we have under that. Then we have the hub and spokes, which is around the solar. All you know that if we're looking for green hydrogen, there should be solar in that regard. So solar is really important in this. With that solar involved or any other renewable energy, it's not easy to say we have green hydrogen, but even though other people have got other technologies to produce hydrogen in that regard. Then we have got the Hydrogen South Africa. This is the program that really focuses on here to NEVs, how we produce green hydrogen, how we produce MEAs, how we produce electrolyzers and other stuff, all competencies we have until we. Then this, the coal CO2X is the one that I said is a technology that we can trap to that abate industries and use that CO2 to convert it into some salt that can be converted into fertilizer as we move forward. If I may move on to, so these are some of the expertise in the energy storage that we've developed. I didn't bring more than one slide on the battery storage technologies because I see it was about NEV, but however, we do have quite a number of those activities. So we do have some expertise. In this regard, we have expertise in the universities, science councils, as I mentioned. We produce some of the technologies that we feel that can assist the country. Our former DG, who was Phil Mujwaka, has, before he left, I think he sat down with me and my colleagues and said, guys, as a country, let's see how we can influence, or rather we can be part of a solution to the country, because you know the country does not have its own battery. Is it possible that the country can have its own battery? So the research we're doing here, we're trying to show the country that at the end, is it possible for South Africa to have its own battery? Is that possible? So the answers will come from this research, because as I said, we can't just do research. So this research must inform either the public or cabinet to say, here we are, it's possible, we've got these minerals, we've got these technologies, we've got this expertise, we can produce the battery. So the first thing is to beneficiate our own minerals, the manganese mineral. I think all of you are aware of that from Northern Cape. But we do have a facility in Mpumalanga. So all of that has been transported from Northern Cape to Mpumalanga. Some of that we have it. We collaborate with a company called MMC in that regard. So in this facility in Mpumalanga, what are we doing there? We are trying to develop a cathode material. We're trying to develop a cathode material. So those materials, we call them, because of this manganese, it's the lithium manganese oxide. That's a cathode material that we're developing in there. That material on its own is not really strong. It gets corroded easily with the battery electrolyte. But we didn't stop there. We realized that we can't leave. This is our opportunity there. So one of the aspects, I think it's from US, Mike Tecker, he advised us to say that if you go to NEXA, this is the nuclear industry, but they have expertise and a system that they can use. So if we fluorinate that material, by the way, any fluorinated material is chemically inert. That has to be fluorinated. So at this stage, where are we? We have fluorinated that material. We have had a testing laboratory facility which is based at UWC. So UWC will assemble this, test it, whether is it strong enough as we are anticipating. So they've tested it. According to what they've said, yes, it is, but after fluorinating, the material becomes smaller to go further. So we are further doing that. At the same time, it's going to be validated at Nelson Mandela University. So Nelson Mandela University has got expertise. It's an accredited laboratory that can validate whatever we can do. So coming to this, and CSIR as well is in there to produce the anode, which we really, and also others are producing the electrolyte to see how they can do that. I thought I should clarify that. Now it comes to our own, this is the hydrogen program. These are the expertise that we have. We are also benefiting our critical minerals here, which is the PGM metals. You're all aware that for this to work, there should be a cathode and an anode as well from the electrolyzer. So we have expertise in the electrolyzer production, which is at Northwest University. So these guys have been developing that. They have an IP already. They have an IP which has been utilized by many. We've got many international countries coming in, international expertise coming in to assist us. As I said, when we do research, we make sure we have got our own IP. So that IP is being utilized. I'm very proud to say, even though we don't go far, this electrolyzer is very expensive. What makes it expensive are these minerals that we have in South Africa, the PGM ones. The platinum, which is on the cathode, and the iridium, which is on the anode. So those are two very expensive materials. But we do have them here in South Africa. 75% of it is still here. So we can do that. But however, this construction of this is really, really expensive. Of course, there are other methods for hydrogen production. You've got an alkaline, which is different. But we as government, we're trying to beneficiate what is in our country and use that effectively in order to So the capacity where we can go at the moment is very small, 5 kilowatt. Can you imagine 5 kilowatt? When are we going to reach a megawatt, let alone a gigawatt? So for massive production, we all talk about gigawatts. It's not only us who's challenged, the worldwide is a challenge. Those who've got financial muscle, of course, they can go to gigawatts. But the thing is, we should be able to do our own in this country. If you go to UCT, they've got an IP on the MEAs. I think Renee spoke about MEAs production for the what? For the fuel cells. So we can have for the fuel cells and produce that. So we have all the capabilities in there. But what's most importantly is that in terms of innovation, you can have a diesel truck or electric car, but we have what we call HISA systems. They can convert. They can convert from a diesel or a petrol car to a fuel cell mobility, or either way. I'll show you those examples around that. Okay, so with all those expertise that we've seen under the Hydrogen South Africa, we have been challenged to say, but you don't have a plan. You don't have a policy that really can put this together. Then we developed, or the Hydrogen Society Roadmap has been developed. I think Frank said, this Hydrogen Society Roadmap is not for our department only. It's for everyone sitting here, or for South Africa and the world to look at it. So this is also a blueprint policy that we all try to use and follow in this regard. I think my next slide really puts that way. This is the slide that really tells us where we are going, or are we winning? Are we losing? Do we need to revise something or not? These are the targets that we put as a country. Because the reason why we developed the heritage roadmap is to have sort of a pathway to say, which way are we going? At a targeted time frame, what do you want to achieve at that time? So we put this together. In that heritage roadmap, we had other government departments coming together. Your DTIC, all the departments that you know, they are in that heritage road. Each department is a key enabler to play, or the key milestone to play in that regard. But if you look at from now to 2024, look at those targets in there. Have you achieved them? That's the question. I can say no, we didn't achieve them. Why? Because I think some of the things was about the challenge that we had, the upscaling, and also the financial around it. But we did something around that. We did something in that. We targeted that by 2024 we should have 100 buses and trucks converted or using hydrogen. Are we in there? We targeted that, some forklifts from the mining industry that we targeted. Did we have that? Yes, we did have a collaboration with those, but we didn't reach the target. But now, if we didn't reach that target, is the next target going to be the same, or are we going to reach the target? That's what we are trying to do here. This is the reason why I'm happy to be here to present this to everyone, to say, this is not only for us, anybody else can do this. I mean, the NACAM CEO is really put it into space in terms of the outlook to say, this is what we need as a country. If you were to benefit, if you were to create jobs, this is where we feel the target is. If you look at around the second target, 2025 to 30, there's a lot of projected jobs to be created in there. Are we going to be able to get those jobs? But if we don't produce those things, these jobs cannot be reached, and our young people who finish the school level will not have jobs, or rather will be jobless as we move forward. Okay, thanks. I think the product, my 15 minutes is up. So this is one of the initiatives that we put, the intervention, where we put the problem up there. What are we doing as a department? We put this as intervention to say, we establish a corridor from Mogalakwena, Gauteng to KZN. That corridor, what is the aim there? The aim is to start by decarbonizing the heavy-duty vehicles in that regard, including your buses and other trucks. This is where we felt fuel cell can play a greater role. We had consultative meetings with some OEMs, and they advised that for hydrogen fuel cells, it's best you concentrate on heavy-duty vehicles. Let passenger cars for battery, for EVs. So we let passenger cars for the batteries. That is affordable. So we move from this. You can look at we have a number of activities, industries along this corridor. One of the entities that we have got MOUs is our Airport South Africa. Airport South Africa has come forward and this MOU to say they will try to decarbonize their fleet. Not only that, we go to KZN, they also have the airport in King Shaka to decarbonize their fleet as well. But if we look at the dotted lines, it's dominated by KZN also, and also Gauteng. But my province, which is Limpopo, has got only one dot. So I think I have to work hard to make sure that my province also gets something there, because the CEO of Airport South Africa said they are revitalizing the airport in Polokwane in that regard. So there's quite a number of jobs that can be created as well. Let me quickly, this is just to give an example of, as I said, you get a fleet and you convert them to fuel cells. This is what HISA systems at UWC can do. So what they do here, this is a collaboration with Post Office, that was 2019. These were electric scooters. What these scooters did was they would go, I think they had a range of 70 kilometers to go. They would go and deliver mail but it was difficult for them to come back. So what they do, the post office did, they'll send a truck which is using diesel to collect the scooter and the driver. You see, that is where the problem was. So it didn't solve any issue. So we converted this to about 270 kilometers, the range. So we increased the range of that. Here's the forklift that I spoke about in here, in collaboration with the platinum. So this forklift has been converted from diesel to use fuel cell, as you can see. Those are some of the legal that we can do. So here, I'm not showing that we are producing a Toyota Mirai. What I'm showing there is that refueling stations. People will say, what will come first? Is it refueling stations or the hydrogen cars? Which one will come first? I don't know whether the chicken and egg situation. How do you bring a fueling station where there are no car to refill? Or how do you bring a hydrogen car where there's no hydrogen fueling station? So that kind of thing is really happening. So what I'm showing there, that's a mobile refueling station in collaboration with Toyota. Toyota, I think they put a lot of money than us in that regard, but they came and used our expertise in our IP. So the refueling station, in conclusion, it comprises of three sections: the generation and the storage, and also the refilling. So it's in one. So Toyota has agreed to Toyota has agreed to take this to the communities. It won't be staying there and become a white elephant, but they will take this and try to utilize it as we move forward. So the challenges, and this is my last slide, Program Director. The challenges I'm bringing to you guys is that we have a challenge of upscaling. We have a challenge of upscaling, could be funding. What do we do that? We try by all means to talk to private sector and see in terms of ratio, if you put 100 million, you can put 300. So those are challenges of upscaling. This is a missed opportunity. This upscaling is a missed opportunity for us to reach our target. Thanks very much.
And I did let him go over time because I was fascinated by his passion and the work that he's been doing and the clarity of thinking. And something has got to break. I mean, you've got these incredible innovations. I don't know if you spend some time outside with some of the exhibitions that we have, where these electric vehicles can transform into anything, and they can solve for so many needs of the young people that are coming into society. You know, for businesses, coffee stations, working in agricultural sectors, the scooters that need to drive around in complexes that don't need to be noisy. There's so many solutions that are waiting just to have the right kind of funding, the right kind of people, and the system just needs to be broken. And as we've done so many times before, as the world has evolved. But I also find it so interesting that our fellows in very technical spaces can also be so funny in small ways. So thank you also for, I'm sure it wasn't intentional that there was so much humor behind your presentation, but thank you, Mr. Mbangiseni Mabudafasi from the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation. Quickly, Ubheka Zulu has been on the road, Mr. Bheka Zulu has been on the road, really having a conversation on so many platforms around the work that we are doing. We pulled up a quick video of his just for him to be able to say a few things to us. And if the video is ready, can we play it?
For us, South African history in manufacturing cars spans over 100 years. So we, as a country, we've been in the game of manufacturing. And this experience has been critical in preparing us for what's upcoming. The new energy vehicles are a reality. And as South Africa, it's what, as a country that has focused on the automotive industry for a number of years, we currently have more than 60% production capacity in Gauteng. Also, as a country, South Africa is ranked amongst the top leading automotive manufacturers in the continent. So the positioning of South Africa has not come at a better time. I'm saying better time in terms of some of the requirements of these new energy vehicles. We are blessed as a country, also as a continent, Africa, to have all these mineral resources that are required as part of the key components in manufacturing the battery components. And for us, the positioning of South Africa as a gateway to Africa, as also as a gateway to the world, because if you look at our geopolitical location,
Yes.
we are in the east-west pendulum. And the Cape Horn, with the traffic that's coming in from a logistics perspective, position us to be a more strategic country to host the new evolution, the new changes that's coming in, so that we are able to then to be the hub and spoke to the rest of the world. And also having strong trade connections in Europe, in the US, in China, in India, and in Brazil. Part of that makes us to have even a better footprint within the vast continents, or the continents that are strategic for us to actually grow in the sector.
And that's Dr. Bheka doing one of his, again, high-level overviews of the work that we are doing. Every time I have to come on stage, I also have anxiety of slipping on this very shiny stage and falling. And you know I'm so tall, it'll take like a minute or 60 seconds for me to hit the ground. So I need to also slow down and make sure that I'm staying with you. Are you with us still? We're keeping the temperature nice and crisp for you. Are you enjoying it so far? No? Are you fine with it? Really? Lots of men in suits, clearly. We are trying to drop it just a little bit because we are aware that it's a little bit cold. Shall we move the program along to our next conversation? And I've got my slide, and it wants to close it, and I do not want it to close. Give me a second. How could I have lost my... There we go. All right. Coming up next, let's have Professor Mkhulu Mate to come in from UNISA. He's from the automotive battery technology perspective, and he's going to be unpacking for us. He's been on standby listening ever so eagerly to his colleagues. But now it's over to you. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning. And starting with the culture of greeting and other observation, I will take you from the speakers who came before me and say, all protocol observed. And I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to come and share my time with you here. I'll start by saying we see the outline. Maybe I should go back to the title, New Energy Vehicles and Critical Minerals. It's going to be a summary or just a tour on what you already know, but to bring it home. So let's start by saying most people know about UNISA, and we would say UNISA is the University of the Land. It is the oldest, and we do have a science campus which has the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, where we train electrical engineers, chemists, and then we also have the College of Agricultural and Economic Sciences, where we have other people working on energy-related matters. We are approaching a number of 1 million alumni to date. So I thought I'll start by talking about the headlines that relate to the critical minerals, as it were. But I think what is of note significance is the last one, where they say Australia, US, they've signed a critical deal that reshapes the future. And as we are thinking about critical minerals, somewhere in the talk you will understand what they are and the current useful definitions. So we have to ask, are the critical minerals going to be a curse, a blessing? Are we going to see Africa change, and will we realize the time of Africa, as we say, the time for Africa is now? More important, the skills required in the batteries. We think only scientists or physicists, but when we look at statistics and computer science, we now have to say we have to expand our training to ensure that more people can be able to contribute, and we also enrich our ecosystem there. I know people are not going to be happy with this slide, but I will limit it to two things. Batteries. When we talk of electrochemical energy storages, we have those three categories. But we have heard a lot about fuel cells. But what is interesting is that fuel cells date back to 1800, but we are still talking about possible commercialization thereof. So when we are looking at ambient temperature lithium-ion batteries, these are the batteries that we have seen them get into commercialization, as we have seen the first batteries coming into the cell phones around 1991. You'll see more about that history as we go forward. So the history of EV battery evolution. More and more, we will hear that people are going to cut down or are going to stop use of lead-acid batteries. They are going to transition from ICE to HEV and other combinations. But we have to say, we moved from lead-acid batteries to lithium-ion batteries. And with lithium-ion batteries, we have seen that the advent of load shedding in the country has seen an infusion of LFP batteries into the market. But we see that the future is going to lithium-ion battery alternatives, especially solid-state lithium metal batteries. To get to that stage, we have to say there has to be cost competitiveness, that we are able to say this is where we are going and what advantages are we going to get. The previous speaker from DSTI talked about fluorination, which goes to your liquid electrolytes that are in the batteries. So when you are using solid-state batteries, you are losing solid electrolytes that are ceramic, that are going to be reducing danger in terms of explosions because they are not easily okay. So when we talk about the timeline of EV battery development, we can see that from 1800 we had lead acid. We are here and we say what is going to happen into the future. On this slide, we have to say Stan Whittingham, who first invented a lithium-ion battery in 1976, became a recipient of a Nobel Prize in batteries jointly with Goodenough and Yoshino. You can see it would have taken about 43 years, but we see that it was only in 1991 when we had the first commercial lithium-ion battery. And we can then say, due to nanotechnology and nanoscience, we have seen miniaturization and acceleration of developments. So what we have to know in terms of what we should do or what we could be doing as a country, we talked about ability to make cells. And when we are making cells, you have your anode, you have your cathode, and on the cathode, that's where you have your manganese. But moving from the cell to the battery module, we would say CSIR has an indoor test test bed for battery modules, so that all the modules that come into the country can be tested for performance and reliability, because we know that people buy cells and they make modules. But when we are looking at battery pack, that's where we are talking about the battery management system to say, how do we ensure that the battery is going to perform? We are going to be able to do all the diagnostics and that everything is well with it. So this has been shown, so we don't have to look at that. But also, when we are looking at this one, when we are talking about opportunities and we are talking about new materials and then going to the cell, going to battery module, what we have to take as important, the ability to make cell, means that you have to have good quality trained people, because that is the crux and the competitiveness of where things make a difference in terms of profitability and all those things. But what we also have to appreciate, refabrication, resell, recycle, reuse. The critical minerals, in that they are not infinite. The people will do stockpiling and the people will do recycling. And therefore, we have to say, along the value chain, we would have to get to a point where we are also doing recycling. We have heard about critical minerals, and I think here we'll say the economic development and national security are descriptors that make critical minerals necessary. But we know that the people are moving away from using cobalt due to self-induced political instabilities when we are talking of geopolitics. And we have to also say the abundance of manganese and other minerals in South Africa, what danger and what risk do they put? This is one slide that I would like for everyone who is here to have it. Because on one slide you have African green minerals on a page. You do have resources, you have strategic pillars, you have mining, processing, and industrialization. But more importantly, the objectives to energize and industrialize Africa. So we have to say we are moving from wish, dream, hope, now into action. Easy pickings. The ability to do local battery mineral beneficiation is something that should be happening. But where do we see ourselves going? We then have to say regional battery mineral beneficiation hub. You will see later on that almost every country in sub-Saharan Africa has a mineral that we can use. So to the previous speaker of the STI, you can see that 2011, that's when it started, but for some of us, it goes back to 2005 and beyond, before that. But you can see that this is the progress made to date. So there has been investment, but we had to have R&D as a precursor to where we are going. This is very important. We have seen key challenges and potential solutions from other portfolios. But when we are looking here, when you look at technical skills, we have limited domestic expertise in battery material processing. So we need industry education partnership, those scholarship programs. So the presence or the introduction of companies as BYD, you say it's opportune because already we are working with Central Southern University in China, which is one of the leading universities when you come to batteries. So on this one, maybe I must just jump this one, go to this one. The cost breakdown is very important because when you are looking at the positive active material with the negative, they account for about 42%. And when we are looking at how expensive a battery is, those are some of the things that we have to know. So to the NACAM presentation, in terms of components, he will like this to say, okay, find your niche area and make sure that you are making an impact. But I'm going to run through that. I have 3 minutes. I'll be flying to say, 1, battery manufacturing map has nothing for us. But what do we know? South Africa is one of the top producers. And when we get there, we can see that South Africa is producing or supplying about 93% of iridium. So it would be interesting how many of us are aware of the importance of iridium in our economy or even in our cars, starting from a spark plug, going to irradiation in nuclear medicine and other things. So Africa, again, has those minerals, and Australia, South America. But you can see when you are drilling down into sub-Saharan Africa, you can see almost every country has those minerals. So I'm not sure some of us are aware of the availability of lithium in South Africa as it is shown there, 17 and 18 in the areas of Orange River area and Blasberg. So we are going to say, how do you access, how do you develop those things? So, like we got the moment of reality with cell phones. Time is coming, ICEs would go down, and then other alternatives are going to go up. So the question is, are we going to be ready for that? I think on this one, the battery pack, which used to be more than 50% of the worth of the EV, has continuously went down. But you can see that there was a jump here, 2023 to 2024, of lithium carbonate. So that's when the market shifts to the demand. So in a minute that's remaining, we're going to do one thing. The science for fast charging, you have to be at the atomic scale. Your nanoscience, nanoengineering would then make sure that from the time when things started, they were huge, but over time, we were able to have them in a size that is miniaturizable, like we had big phones and now had small phones. This is something that would say Northern Cape is not attended even though there are those activities. I think this is my almost last slide. When we are looking at abundance of manganese in the country and saying the conversation that we should be having would be, what do we do with LMO? What do we do with NMC? How do we ensure that where there is that black, we are able to say we are playing there and we are making a difference? So quickly, the opportunities are in cell development, cell production, application, and then also digital services, because you would have to have aggregators that would make sure that we are able to share the energy that we are not using whenever we are having it being spent. Remember this slide for one thing. As South Africa, we do have energy storage activity similarly with Nigeria, but we are missing in other areas. So we have to say, along the value chain, how do we ensure that we are having a presence? So that's where I will finish and say, obrigado.
Tito Bem. Like a seasoned professor, he's on time. Because when the bell rings, he must have landed all his points and the students can leave the classroom. And when we look at the past couple of presentations, one of the key thoughts I'm thinking about is if you had to prioritize all the things that we had to do, what would you prioritize the most? And when I look at the complexity of the skills that are required across the entire value sector, and I'm wondering if institutions of learning should not be the greatest focus and not the last focus when we're trying to solve for the industry, because this needs to begin with what subjects students are choosing, their awareness of the industry, the alignment and the agility of universities to teach what is needed. So when students leave the university, they are moving straight into a sector. And I think that's a conversation and some of the questions we can ask when we are looking at our panel conversations. Coming up next is one of our partners, and we're going to have a comfort break, I think, after this. I think we are going to need it. I'd love to invite our international speaker to speak on the opportunities in NEV batteries. Welcoming him, the Top Tech Batteries CEO, and that is Ms. Xianglang Hu.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's a really pleasure to be here in the beautiful Lebogang nation, South Africa, and to be part of this important conversation about the future green energy. My name is Xianglang Hu. You can call my English name Flora. And yeah, it's really difficult to remember Chinese name, yeah. So you can call me Flora, more simple. And here I represent Top Tech here, which is a leader of a clean battery energy storage integrated system solutions, what is from 1 kilowatt hour to over more than mega kilowatt hour storage. We all understand the situation. South Africa has incredible sunshine and wind, a true gift of nature. But we also know that the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. This is the challenge of renewable energy. So the big question is, how do we capture this clean power and make it reliable for homes, business, and industries? The answer, we believe, is simple: battery energy storage. Think of storage not just as a battery, but as the bridge. A bridge that turns this abundant but intermittent power into a reliable, for 24 hours, 7 days source of energy. For South Africa, this bridge leads to 3 key places. First one, energy security. Storage can help stabilize the grid. It provides power during peak times, helping to end load shedding and build a grid you can count on. Second, economic growth. A stable power supply attracts investment and help business grow. Furthermore, building storage projects create local jobs. This isn't just an energy project, it's also a job project. Third, a greener future. Storage allows South Africa to fully use its solar and wind resources, reducing carbon emission, and protecting your beautiful environment for future generations. At TopTech, we build this technology. We provide safe, sufficient, and smart storage solutions for all schedules, from large power plants to local communities. So now I will show our company some quick introduction. Mostly for TopTech, we produce commercial and industrial energy storage system, household energy storage system, lithium pack, and solar hybrid inverter, and also the small outdoor portable power supply. And we all have the international standard certification for all the transportation, so we can fully transport to all over the world. This is our factory overview. What we do, the biggest one is 100 kilowatts, 255 for all-in-one. This is a smart one, which can direct connect with the solar panel, and we can use for us. And beside the small two picture is the household smaller low voltage. We call it low voltage. Who wants just to use a small capacity, little power for small families. It's between like normally 5 kilowatt hour to 30 kilowatt hours. And this is the samples what we do. We're close to the South Africa. We have already do more than 50 miracle grid projects, each designed to meet diverse and specific requirements. So I will introduce part of them for three pickup. First one is 1.72 megawatt hour combined PV ESS EV charging station. Is the Bangkok Solar Energy, which is in the project in Mali, West Africa. Officially commenced grid-connected operation on July 30, 2024. The systems comprise PV panels, diesel generation, EV chargers, and 800 kilowatt, 215 kilowatt hour to combine to be 1.72 megawatt hour. And we use the smart energy storage cabinet to let them work together, operating in both on-grid and off-grid mode to provide a reliable and stable green electricity for the whole buildings, and also support for 4 DC fast charging piles. The second is 1 megawatt hour. This one is this system is a miracle off-grid project, which is a combined 500 kilowatt PV panels, diesel generator, and 1 megawatt hour lithium-ion energy storage system in Bangkok, Bamako also. The main purpose is to provide continued and stable electricity power for the factory producing line, which is bringing greater convenience to users and significantly reducing production cost. It has been highly recognized by users. This system is for clients in N'Djamena, Chad. We implemented an off-grid project, combining also solar, lithium battery storage, and diesel generators. But what the difference between the second one, this is a standout feature is by a DC coupled configuration. This setup channel energy wire highly efficient MPPT solar controller mode, charging solar power directly into battery storage. It's without inverter. By this channel, can minimizing conversion losses and boosting the entire system more efficiency. So, how we capture the power from the solar is we can show from this picture here. From the solar panels go through to the inverter, and we go to the integrated control cabinet, and then we already got the AC grid. Because as we know, the solar panels is DC power, so we need to use the transformer by inverter. Then once we got the AC power, then we can transfer to the load, what we use. And the rest of the power, we can keep inside of the battery. And once at night, then the battery can discharge the power to the load also. And after the battery power finish it, then we will automatically to switch to the diesel generator. Generator will continue to support the loads. What is really smart working by the energy management systems. It's all automatically. So we are not just here to sell product. We just here to build partnership, top tech plan to establish a manufacturing facility and add multi-operation maintenance service points across, building a sustainable energy future together.
For concise presentations, let's just give her a quick thank you, because we tend to sell things you know nothing about.
A lot of the markets that you've mentioned are almost getting to a saturation point. They're getting to a tertiary saturation point. They're getting to a tertiary level.
Yes.
Africa is...
A study that was undertaken by CSIR, Gauteng Department of Economic Development, as well as the CSIR, with the intent to chart a roadmap for Gauteng's transition to new energy vehicles. The work was carried out in 2024, and the study was accepted through a workshop that will arrive at a strategy. The strategy then transfers into a roadmap where we identify 5 themes that are even... I'm pressing it. I am an engineer, but it seems like I've got issues with my equipment. Thank you. We'll just hang on for that. Any jokes from the audience? Play with it first to see if it works. Ah, much better. All right. Right, the study followed a very structured evidence-based process, and it was designed to move from insights to actionable strategy. We began with a contextual review, which was really a literature and policy scan that we did, looking at both the global and the local contents and how Gauteng is positioned within that, to understand emerging global shifts as well as critical success factors for Gauteng to transition in the NEVs. Then from there we undertook a value chain analysis where we looked at various value chains spanning from battery to vehicle manufacturing to fuel cell to micromobility. And looking there at we utilized a Rodner framework there, which was really designed at looking not just at the financials, but also at the infrastructure and the socio-economic context behind it, as well as the empowering ecosystem that's required in order to do this transition. These insights then fed into a positioning and a synthesis phase where we assessed Gauteng's strengths and weaknesses. We looked at opportunities for it going forward, how we can, which are the localization opportunities that might be presented, and intervention and collaboration pathways going forward. Then we then convened an industry and stakeholder workshop to get feedback from industry and to help us package this. That went into a vision and a mission and objectives and a whole strategy with all the programs and the roadmap behind that. So I'm going to present some snippets, and I think I might have, no, I didn't skip a slide. I'm going to present some snippets here just from the study work that we've done to give you an idea of the findings before we get to the strategy itself. So this was basically looking at the global context and the key drivers of the NEV transition. Now, this should not be news to anybody sitting in this room, but critically, it's the environmental sustainability of and the energy security that kicked off all of this. Together with that goes the support of international regulations and the whole spiel around transport decarbonization. That in turn cascades down to aligned market demand, where consumers are now looking for NEV-friendly vehicles. That leads to technology developments by industry, and that in turn has impacts and shifts on economies, employment, as well as infrastructure. So across the world, NEVs are no longer kind of optional. It is now central to industrial competitiveness, and for Gauteng, this transformation presents both risks to the traditional ICE manufacturing, as well as a once-in-a-generation opportunity as a clean manufacturing leader in Africa. This is just a brief extract from all of the policies and strategies and as well as papers and research documents that went into the contextual assessment that we did. And here we provide a brief overview of the key global and local context aspects to take into consideration. Globally, the NEV transition is accelerating very fast. Battery and plug-in hybrid sales are catapulting, and this is driven by strong policy commitments. The effect of regulations such as the EU's ICE phase-out and carbon border adjustments mechanisms are reshaping trade, while standards like the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe's World Forum for Harmonization Standard is defining global benchmarks around NEVs and their movement. At the same time, there's billions of dollars being invested globally, and it's flowing into NEV production, batteries, and infrastructure, alongside advances in AI-driven manufacturing and circular battery systems. Similarly, from a Gauteng from a Gauteng perspective. Gauteng hosts more than 200 component manufacturers, a number of key OEMs, and we've got all the skills and the research infrastructure here, testing facilities as well. There's a strong reliance on export for the Gauteng industry, and this presents a risk given the global move to NEV vehicles. So there are also some constraints in that we are mostly ICE vehicle manufacturing focused, and we want to move over to be in line with a global initiative. So we've got opportunities around NEV component production here locally, and the scale up of tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers alongside that. So this is just a brief extract from, again, showing some of the value chain work that we did across 5 different value chains, where we looked at the battery value chain, we looked at the vehicle manufacturing value chain, we looked at micromobility value chains, as well as charging infrastructure value chains, both for hydrogen and for batteries. And the main outcomes from this was, firstly, if one looks at the 5 interlinked value chains, looking specifically at vehicle manufacturing, Gauteng's ICE base is solid. But the billions in exports that we are providing are facing a risk under EU carbon rules. So localization of components such as motors and power electronics going forward for NEVs will be essential. Then obviously battery manufacturing, battery as a main component, is extremely important. South Africa has lots of mineral advantages, and this gives us potential, but we lack the midstream processing. So there's urgent work required around the opportunity for localization in battery and in battery manufacturing, as well as in recycling. Then we looked at charging infrastructure. This is mostly private-led and fragmented, requiring coordination, standards, and local component production. Then we looked at the fuel cell and hydrogen. There's promising research and the capacity through the Hydrogen Society, as well as the Platinum Valley initiatives, but industry uptake remains at an early stage. And lastly, micromobility. There's strong last mile potential there, as well as potential in townships and around small, medium enterprises. There are some modular platforms emerging, and this holds promise from a regional perspective as well. We then went over to a workshop where we had industry, academia, government all sit down. We presented the findings to them, and we got their inputs in packaging what we have learned from the value chain analysis and the contextual perspective into a strategy, into themes that we can take up forward for the province. From these activities emerged a very clear vision to position Gauteng as Africa's leading hub for sustainable automotive innovation. And our mission is to drive this transition through innovation, infrastructure, skills, and policy alignment. The 5 strategic objectives that we have clearly reflect this. We want to accelerate adoption, fostering technology partnerships instead of reinventing the wheel, promote sustainability as we transition to NEVs. We want to create inclusive growth, and we want to build a coordinated ecosystem that works as one. The strategy is structured around 5 interlinking themes, ranging from the enabling environment, where the policy clarity is established, where governance is important, and where the testing infrastructure also comes in. Theme 2 is around the skills and the workplace transition, which equips workers and the youth to play their role in the EV era. Then, critically, theme 3 is around localization and supply chain development, building domestic capacity around batteries, around motors, and around components. Theme 4 looks at the research and the innovation and the technology development that's required to strengthen collaboration between industry and research institutions through an NEV Innovation Center. And then theme 5 looks at infrastructure development, so your charging infrastructure in order to support a connected local network. Okay, so this is basically the strategy in a nutshell. It shows how all the elements connect, the strategic objectives, the themes, and the guiding principles behind them. It reflects the systematic approach that we're following, so global competitiveness balanced with the local development that we so badly need. The roadmap encourages coordination, transparency and leveraging of existing initiatives under a unified provincial vision. So this roadmap then consolidates 9 programs under the 5 themes. For each of the 9 programs, there's an action plan and a framework that clearly structures what needs to be done. So it provides the purpose, it provides the actions that need to happen, initiatives that can be built on, the network of current and existing players that should be joined in to work on this initiative, as well as what the intended outputs and ultimate outcomes should be. So in the next slides, I'll talk you through each of the 5 themes and the programs that they comprise of. And I think it's important here to note it's not just a list of projects, it's a structured framework that shows how Gauteng can practically deliver on this NEV strategy. So this is the first theme, enabling an environment for NEV transition, and it really forms the foundation for everything that follows in Gauteng's NEV strategy. Through the study and government stakeholders made it clear, without coherent policy, investment mobilization, and coordination across institutions, the NEV transition simply can't make it. So under this theme, we focus on creating that enabling environment where government, industry, and research institutions move in alignment. This theme creates that foundation through 4 priority areas for impact: policy and regulatory framework development, aligning provincial actions with national and international standards, investment and funding initiatives where we mobilize both public and private capital for manufacturing and infrastructure, and then consumer awareness and demand simulation to build confidence and for adoption, and then government support and institutional coordination to draw all of this together. The second theme is all about skills development and workforce transition, and it responds directly to one of Gauteng's most critical success factors, which is its human capability. Through the study, we identified that while Gauteng holds a strong base of automotive and engineering skills, they are still aligned to ICE technologies. This theme therefore charts a strategic pathway for transition, a clear framework to guide future direction. Program 3 proposes a structured approach to developing NEV-specific skills and pathways, ensuring that training institutions, curricula, and qualifications evolve with the global EV technologies. It highlights the need to upskill existing workers, reskill those in at-risk ICE roles, and equip new entrants through work-integrated learning and practical programs. It also looks at the kind of infrastructure that's required for this, and make sure that there's collaboration and coherence so that we work in harmony. The third theme goes to the core of Gauteng's industrial competitiveness, localizing and expanding NEV-related manufacturing and supply chains. From our studies of automotive, battery fuel cells, charging and hydrogen, as well as micromobility, one insight stood clear: localization is the lever for industrial resilience and inclusive growth. Gauteng's manufacturing strength gives it a solid base, but dependence on imported EV technologies limits value add and exposes the sector to global shocks, as we've seen with COVID. This theme therefore provides tools for building a self-sustaining, future-ready manufacturing ecosystem, serving both domestic and African markets. There are 4 themes or 4 programs underneath this theme, and they range, as you can see there, from a focus on the battery manufacturing value chain to the local production of critical NEV components, micromobility as a focus, and then optimization of Gauteng's logistic and supply chains. Theme 4 focuses on one of Gauteng's strongest competitive advantages, its concentration of world-class research and innovation institutions. The study found that Gauteng already hosts significant assets, from the CSIR to leading universities to the innovation hub and testing facilities. Yet these capabilities are often fragmented. This theme proposes a coordinated approach, bringing together the strengths of each of these institutions under an NEV Innovation Center. The center would serve a as a collaborative engine, linking researchers, manufacturers, startups, and students to address critical technology gaps in NEV production, also leveraging international partners. It would also help commercialize innovation, providing prototyping, testing, and technology transfer platforms that move local ideas from the lab to the market. Importantly, it's not an isolated facility that we envisage. It connects a distributed network of universities, testing sites, and industrial hubs like the Automotive Supplier Park and TASEZ. And this is the fifth and the final theme, and it's all about creating the physical backbone that will enable the NEV transition to take hold, the charging and energy infrastructure that makes adoption practicable and scalable. So through the study, we found that South Africa's charging network is still fragmented as well, largely driven by private operators and lacks unified strategy. So Program 9 focuses on infrastructure and sets out strategic phased approach to close this gap. At the outset, it suggests the development of provincial charging infrastructure strategy. So mapping of the network demand, looking at identifying quick wins at high impact sites such as at the Gautrain stations, and then integrating renewable energy if at all possible. The program also proposes actions to create a supportive environment, defining incentives, addressing skills needs, and removing regulatory and technical barriers to the rollout. And then finally, it introduces a localization plan to manufacture charging components domestically, stimulating growth and reducing import dependence in that aspect as well. So this prioritization matrix then helped identify where Gauteng can act first. So the high-impact, low-effort programs like the governance adoption, skills development, and micromobility, these present quick wins, while initiatives such as the battery manufacturing and testing expansion form major long-term projects for investment mobilization. As a final point, although the study has not been formalized into official strategy, we're already seeing momentum building around its key themes. 3 major incentives are now moving forward in direct alignment with the recommendations. Under Theme 2, Skills Development, the TVET and NEV curriculum and learning material pilot has been scoped with funding proposals submitted to establish the first training pipeline for future NEV technicians. Under Theme 3, Localization and Supply Chain Development, the Gauteng Battery Manufacturing Pre-Feasibility Project, a joint effort between Gauteng Department of Economic Development and the AIDC, is laying the groundwork for domestic battery production capability. And under Theme 3 and 4, Skills, Technology, and RD&I, the AIDC Automotive Center of Excellence is set to launch in October, featuring a high-voltage NEV simulator to support advanced training. So these developments demonstrate that the groundwork laid by the study is already catalyzing into real action. So in closing, the study provides a clear evidence-based pathway for Gauteng's transition to new energy vehicles. The themes and programs are ready for activation. They define where the province can lead, where it can invest, and where it can collaborate. Implementation now depends on partnerships, alignment, and commitment because the future of mobility is already here and Gauteng has the foundation to drive it. Thank you.
The future of mobility is here and Gauteng has the foundation to drive it. And that's the theme and the slogan that she's left us with. So thank you so much. Shall we take a quick comfort break? We're going to play a short video for you, and I'm going to give you a comfort break for about 15, 20 minutes. So we'll ring the bell for you to come in. So please do take the comfort break immediately after the video. No video? We can have a comfort break. See you in about 15, 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Everybody aboard, everybody aboard. The train's about to depart. Everybody please get on board. We're about to depart. I need to take that young lady with me everywhere. Like I love the style of getting us back in with energy and just clarity. Would love please to request for you to get seated. We're moving up one item for us to have it just before lunch. And I can't see too well from here, but this is where we need the focus, the attention, and the promise of the funding that's required to make this sector thrive. Okay, all right. So while you're getting seated, we're going to just do a short video just to reset the context, and then we'll be having the honor of the Honorable Lebogang Maile, the MEC for Finance and Economic Development. He's arrived and gracing us with his thoughts around the journey that we are undertaking. So let's take a quick video, and then the Honorable Minister will, the Honorable MEC will join us. Are we ready?
From TASEZ perspective, what strategic partnerships are you most keen to forge through this summit, and how do you envision them shaping South Africa's long-term new energy vehicle strategy?
Collaborations are important. For us, we have developed at TASEZ because we've collaborated with a number of investors that are coming from different countries. And part of the SEZ strategy, TASEZ strategy, is to attract investment from the different countries that we have partners with. In changing the landscape, we want to leverage on the existing partners that we have. We have got BRICS, where we have Brazil, and which is a strong partner in the fueling systems, in the biofuel and other, clean fuel resources that Brazil has been able to harness over the years. We've got China. China is one of the leading battery manufacturers in the world with different NEV manufacturers. We visited one 3 months back, which is BYD, which part of BYD, as you know from history, they've been developing batteries, cell phone batteries for a number of years. So for us, collaborating with people that have been in the game is one of the core strategies. That's why we went and fostered this relationship with BYD to say, when we go into the NEV space, we want to go with people that have been part of that. So China is one. India. Also, if you look at the new cost-effective NEV vehicles, India is one of the core countries that are leading in that segment. So we want to then say, how do we then collaborate within the BRICS and bring in these strategic partners and the companies? And when we bring in a country, we bring in partners that we're going to collaborate with, different partners that are coming from different countries. Russia in the material science, innovation, and other technologies also will come into play. So we're looking at the whole value chain of partners that we currently have and saying, how do we leverage from the partners? And I know now BRICS has expanded to attract more other partners. So BRICS will be one area of where we enforce collaboration. And if you look at the summit, some of the pipeline of the speakers, the participants are coming from those countries. We've invited also OEMs that are across the world. I mean, we've gone as far as inviting quite a number of them to come and be part of this collaborative effort to make sure that we are able to then transition to our destiny and also achieve some of the objectives with ease. As you know, in our tradition, it takes a village to raise a child. So we've called the whole village. Let's form a formidable force that will enable us to actually achieve the broader results of the summit, of the future of 2030, also the 2050 strategy which African continent has in achieving some of the greater objectives within the logistics and other value chains.
If we could give a round of applause, please. And then welcome on stage the MEC, the Honorable MEC Lebogang Maile, to join us. Oh, there he is. Shall we give him a round of applause, please, and welcome him on? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I apologize for coming now because we were in Cape Town at the extended cabinet, which was discussing the budget that is going to be presented by the Minister of Finance on the 12th of November. And I'm sure as South Africans, you will be glad to know that at least all parties agree there. So there won't be a need to have another budget speech. So the Minister is writing only one budget speech. So it was important that we do that. Let me acknowledge the CEOs of our agencies, acknowledge the members of the boards of our agencies, and I was told that the General Secretary of the National Union of Metal Workers will be here. I'm not sure if he is or his representatives. And the Top Tech Batteries representative and the CEO of the National Association of the Automotive Components and Allied Manufacturers. I've already acknowledged the boards. Other dignitaries that I might not have seen, but I hope, Program Director, you have acknowledged everyone, and also acknowledge members of the media, if there are any present here. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor to stand before you this afternoon on this occasion of the new Energy Vehicle Summit. This summit takes place during the Transport Month, which has defined as some of its key areas emphasis on the move towards safer, smarter, and more environmentally friendly transport solutions, as well as connecting the role of transport in growing the economy, creating jobs, and providing access to work, education, and entertainment. The discussion on the importance of new energy vehicles is taking place at a critical time in South Africa, where the future of the automotive industry is at the center of national discourse. The South African automotive industry is facing a tough operating environment, heightened by the imposition of a unilateral 30% trade tariffs by the government of the United States, which has consistently been South Africa's second largest trading partner and key export destination for South African manufactured vehicles. On the manufacturing side, original equipment manufacturers also face mounting challenges. South Africa's automotive sector is particularly vulnerable to the 25% sectoral tariff imposed under the Section 232 of the United States Trade Expansion Act of 1962, which specifically targets automotive exports. The South African automotive industry is a cornerstone of the economy, and it contributes 22.6% to the total domestic manufacturing output. It also directly supports over 110,000 formal sector jobs a significant number in an economy that is battling with the creation of sustainable employment. As was correctly asserted by the Automotive Business Council a few months ago, the tariffs and the broader uncertainty in our trade relations with the United States strikes at the heart of South Africa's industrialization agenda and threatens future investment in high-value manufacturing. Consider that Mercedes-Benz in East London exports at least 90% of its vehicles to the United States. The devastating consequences for the East London Special Economic Zone are thus evident. Tariffs have had a severe impact on South Africa's automotive industry, leading to a sharp drop in exports to the United States, job losses, company closures, and reduced GDP contribution of the automotive sector. As things stand, vehicle exports to the United States have fallen drastically, with one report noting an 82% drop in the first half of 2025 compared to the previous year. The industry has also experienced layoffs and job losses, with thousands of positions under threat to companies losing contracts and reducing production. At least 12 company closures have been linked to these pressures, impacting the component manufacturing sector and its over 80,000 employees. I thought Mr. Jim would have been here, and I'm sure he would have agreed when we said the threat to communities posed by these tariffs are huge. Communities like East London and the broader Eastern Cape province, which are heavily dependent on the automotive sector, are at risk of economic destabilization. Beyond job losses, NUMSA as a union has already highlighted the risk of short time that has been introduced at 26 companies in the Eastern Cape, many based in Lebogang. Various economists have identified 3 structural challenges that are currently confronting the automotive industry, specifically navigating South Africa's exposure to tariff barriers in the United States as outlined, the dangers of dumping, and adapting to the global shifts towards energy vehicles. But while these are real challenges with far-reaching implications, critical interventions can transform them into opportunities, particularly in relation to new energy vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, new energy vehicles are crucial for South Africa's future as they offer significant economic and environmental benefits, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions and lowering fuel costs, while supporting industrial growth and job creation through local manufacturing and infrastructure development. New energy vehicles produce significantly fewer greenhouse gases and pollutants compared to internal combustion engine vehicles, which can help in combating urban air pollution and climate change. Here in Johannesburg, air pollution has already proven to have catastrophic consequences. A report by the Clean Air Fund indicates that in 2019, around 5,300 premature deaths were attributed to air pollution in Johannesburg. At the national level, air pollution-related deaths stands at 29,830, exceeded premature deaths caused by tuberculosis, which stood at 19,784 in the same year. Air pollution produced by industrial and power plants, biomass fuels, and road transport, as well as seasonal smoke, could damage tourism and investment prospects as the city grows. The impact on public health is also significant, particularly as the public health system is confronted with structural challenges that includes a growing population in South Africa's wealthiest province. Thus, the Gauteng provincial government views new energy vehicles as having a direct link to the prospects of our broader provincial economy. The place of new energy vehicles is also clear when there are lower operating costs and potential for industrial growth is realized. Electricity is cheaper than petrol and diesel and energy vehicles, having fewer moving parts, reducing overall maintenance costs. Additionally, as South Africa's automotive industry contributes over 4% to the GDP and 12.5% to exports, transitioning to new energy vehicles can safeguard this sector's global competitiveness, especially with European Union bans on internal combustion engine vehicles by 2035. New engine vehicles are also key to a just energy transition, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, which can help reduce reliance on imported fossil fuels that are increasingly subject to price volatility. They could position South Africa to become a hub for regional battery production and new energy vehicle technology. Recognizing this potential, the national government has released green and white papers outlining plans for new energy vehicle production, infrastructure, and skills development. As a result of this intervention, a 150% tax rebate for new energy vehicle production starts in March 2026, with over 1 billion having recently been allocated to support local new energy vehicle and battery manufacturing. Such investments in local battery production address the salient challenges that new energy vehicles pose, mainly that they are significantly more expensive than internal combustion energy vehicles due to import duties and, more importantly, lack of local battery production. The national government is currently finalizing a strategy to secure supply chains for critical minerals like cobalt, lithium, and nickel, which are essential for battery production. This is part of larger plan to beneficiate this material locally instead of exporting raw forms. This is in alignment with the Gauteng provincial minerals beneficiation strategy that focuses on adding value to raw materials by transforming them into higher value products with a key role in refining precious and base metals. We are aiming to leverage the province's economic strength and infrastructure, including special economic zones, to support industries like diamond and gold processing, as well as the manufacturing of components for renewable energy technologies such as batteries and catalytic converters, contributing to the green energy transition. Just a few months ago, we launched the jewelry manufacturing precinct located in OR Tambo Special Economic Zone, Phase 2 at OR Tambo International Airport. The manufacturing precinct is Africa's first such facility designed to process and add value to minerals extracted in South Africa by bringing together companies for diamond cutting, polishing, and jewelry manufacturing, aiming at boosting exports and create jobs. Developing local battery manufacturing capacity for new energy vehicles and mineral beneficiation broadly will address our economic diversification, ensuring that we move beyond raw material extraction to create a more value-added mineral economy and to retain more wealth within the province and the country broadly. Furthermore, such interventions will address skills gap through partnerships with universities and other institutions to ensure a qualified workforce for research, development, and skills manufacturing. At the heart of our strategic approach is developing and strengthening public-private partnerships, which must necessarily be central to the engagement at this important summit. Program Director, I wish to conclude by drawing the link between energy, new energy vehicles, and the ongoing challenges of energy security in South Africa, and especially in Gauteng, which is the nerve center of the regional economy as well as its manufacturing hub. New energy vehicle technology, particularly vehicle 2, everything can play a crucial role in helping to stabilize the grid by allowing energy vehicles to act as distributed energy storage units. This is especially beneficial in urban areas with unreliable power. We have witnessed the devastating effects of energy insecurity to households and businesses alike, and the impact on the national economy has been severe. By investing in new energy vehicles, we have the opportunity to turn the tide, while also reaffirming the importance of the auto industry to South Africa's economy. We would like to wish you well in your deliberations. Thank you very much, Program Director.
We are led by a lean and mean machine. And if he wasn't here earlier on, he does not know that we tend to try and enjoy the breaks by just leaning into the lighter side of things. But we really are honored with your presence, and we thank you for pulling in the entire picture of the challenges we are facing, but also the seriousness with which we understand and how we want to solve for them. So thank you so much. What we do want to do after that is perhaps take lunch. We are at a time where we can do a lunch break right now and come back and be ready for our panel conversations. And I'm on track with that, Lerato. Is that fine? Okay, perfect. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to our honorable guests, to all who've just made this event what it is today, and of course to thank our keynote address by the MEC and him prioritizing this conference for us. We are grateful. Round of applause to everybody. Shall we take a lunch break? And we'll see you in about 45 minutes. TV stand. For media, can we please connect at the BRICS TV stand for media to have conversations with the MEC and with our special guests? Shall we meet, please, at the BRICS media stand? Thank you. Is it working now? The technician came to recharge my batteries. And we like where they stay. I get touched so much at work. And there's no sexual harassment policy for the amount of touching that happens every day. So what I decided to do is just to lean into the experience, you know? When they touch, you just go, and you go, oh. Sometimes you must just lean in. You know? Don't see it as conflict. You see it as just me leaning into the job. So my name is Zanella Morrison, and I work for CNBC Africa. Nobody knows me that I work for CNBC Africa. It's very, very disappointing. So many people have asked, so where you come from. What's interesting about CNBC Africa is that, yes, business people watch it in their office, but it's also often played in hotel rooms and in the lobbies of hotels. Have you seen it? Restaurants, you know, you've got CNBC Africa there because it looks good. But as I'm sitting there doing the job, now I know I'm in hotels and restaurants, the volume is always off. So sometimes I'm tempted, because ndiligeza, I'm tempted to just go, because what's the use? What's the use of me speaking out loud if you're going to play me on mute? But I'm trying to hold on to the job. So I try not to misbehave. Let's jump into the next conversation. It's about skills and why skills matter in the NEV transition. I'd love my guests to come up front and sit up front. It's going to be one presentation after the other. So we're going to have Mrs. Zinia Bunyula, Skills Development Manager at Uyilo. And then I'd love to invite on stage Mr. Nelson Basoch, Managing Director at Chris Nell SA. Shall we have you come join us? Shall we give them a round of applause, cheer them on? I hope you didn't have any carbs, that you're coming up with energy. There you go. Zinia, you'll start us off.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope I'm audible. My name is Zenia Punyula. First of all, thank you to the program director, and thank you to the team for the invitation. And as indicated, we come from Uyilo, and we are hosted in Nelson Mandela University. In currently now, that we call it Gqeberha now, so in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. So when the team reached out, they had asked that we speak more around why skills matter within the NEV transition. And you see, as indicated in my presentation, that my overview will not only align to our course offerings at the moment in terms of our efforts as a program, but they'll also align into current and future skills within the space. A bit of an overview, colleagues. So Uyilo is an e-mobility program that is mandated to enable an electric mobility ecosystem. I'm just trying to see the best way to view my presentation. Okay, I'll just go this way. So what you see on the picture there is not only our facilities, but how the different elements engage within enabling an electric mobility ecosystem. And one of the things and elements that we highlight will primarily lie around energy storage technology, as well as e-mobility as a practice in itself. So we include your energy generation, battery recycling, smart grids, charging infrastructure, standards, battery, as you can see there as listed. But the main thing that we like to highlight there is not only these elements and how they engage with each other, but also the stakeholders that are engaged in that element. And this is where Uyilo sort of has a unique position because we are almost central within those discussions, and it also enables us to make these different connections in a meaningful way. So you see on the images on the left, that within our facilities, we have an accredited battery testing and material characterization that is accredited via SANAS, specifically under the ISO 17025 accreditation. And over there, the team is working tirelessly and they're doing incredible work around not only testing and engaging with these different stakeholders that we work with, your OEMs and you name it, at bigger scales and at smaller scales as well, but we also seek to also capacitate. And this again aligns to why the skills matter within the industry. And from that, within my responsibility strategically, see how we can place ourselves within the skills and knowledge transfer processes accordingly. And then you'll see also, as part of our program and within our mandate, we have the EV systems, and we have the different facilities that serve to that. And also we have electric vehicles that were in partnership with our relevant stakeholders, donated to our facilities as means of data collection and research purposes, but also adds value to our existing course offerings that align to not only the e-mobility infrastructure technology elements, but also just the introduction of it at an awareness perspective and level. Lastly, as part of our facilities again, within the university, we have a smart grid ecosystem, and this here is more of a live testing environment that has all of these relevant elements that I highlighted previously, such as your charging infrastructure, how it works, and this is where when we have delegates coming to visit our facilities, we sort of show that demonstration so that they make that connection. And also there we have a team, Vukile is one of our senior project engineers, he's in charge of that space. But in between, as he's doing his day-to-day projects, there are other research and development elements that are involved within how that space operates in particular. So colleagues, you see that I had highlighted that there are course offerings that we have as a program, and one of them now aligns specifically on the e-mobility aspect. Now this course is two-tiered. One having, this is a very user-friendly slide. We chose to keep it very simple. So the two courses, namely the Introduction to E-Mobility or Electric Vehicles, and the second one being the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Technology, are EXA accredited, so accredited via the Engineering Council of South Africa, and they endorsed via the CPD points. And what we normally do when we do deliver these courses within your government structures, private sectors, and whatever requests come in into the office, just as means of delivering awareness and of course accrediting accordingly, we deliver these two courses in 2 days. So day one would be your introduction to e-mobility, and that has 1 CPD point. And for anyone to enter, you don't really need a specific, or rather, you don't really need to meet a specific prerequisite around your qualification background. You can just enter, and there's no entry requirements as indicated there. However, on the second one that focuses on EV infrastructure technology, you need to first have completed day one, being that introduction to e-mobility. So what is very interesting within these engagements when you enter into the class is, at least from my perspective on a strategic level, under skills development, it's to at least see what the engagements look like, what the anxieties are around this NEV transition, what are the concerns, and this really helps us to polish up the quality of the delivery of not only the course itself, but how we evolve the curriculum of these course offerings. So just to maybe give you a better lens around what these courses exactly incorporate, I'm not going to go into detail on all of the modules, but the first course focuses on introduction to e-mobility, so it's very introductory. It's very introductory, and this is when, because we don't really, the main thing is not to, when we're creating awareness, come under the assumption that everyone is aware of what this is. So this sort of helps everyone in the room to all be in the same page. So module one focuses on the need for electric vehicles rather. And this is where we sort of get the conversation going. What is an electric vehicle? What are the considerations around it? What are the safety measures that you need to consider? And what is your role as a stakeholder within that process? And module 2 focuses on the transition to e-mobility. 3 on the key components on electric vehicle driving, an electric vehicle in terms of the vehicle efficiency. So here what we like to do is to do different case study comparisons, not only focusing on South Africa as a developing country, but also in par with the other developed countries, specifically within the industry. So this also helps to give like a better picture of what kind of environment are we exactly trying to play into as we're transitioning towards NEV vehicles as a country, or industry rather. And then the second course focuses on electric vehicle infrastructure technology, and that has 3 modules. And this is where you see, like we mentioned, we do have a live testing environment, but because we don't always deliver the course within our premises, it does help to sort of bring in different contributions around the space, examples, videos, so the facilitator will normally bring those things forth. But when you are attending the course internally within our premises within the university, you're able to at least do a tour in between so that you make a connection between the theory end of the course as well as the practical end of the course. So because of time, colleagues, I'm not really going to go much into detail, but this just gives you an overview of our learning outcomes. So essentially what we are hoping, or rather what the trainee needs to have in being able to understand, being able to apply, and so on. So this aligns to your typical curriculum system and how we develop it and how we've adhered to that. It's the same for here. So this course is our 3rd course, and it's in the pipeline. We're very excited about this one. You see on the right, I'm not sure where the laser pointer is. So you see on the right, so this one is the high EV, high voltage electric vehicle simulator. So this essentially simulates an electric car vehicle and the different components within it internally. And the whole purpose behind this is within the word there to just simulate what that layout looks like. And on this particular course, this one you're required to go within our premises because it is more of a practical leaned compared to your theory lean, but we try to still build a balance between the two. But this one, in terms of its prerequisite, mainly wanting to build balance between your technical trainees as well as your non-technical trainees, and it's delivered within a 2-day period. This one we piloted out within this current financial year, and so far we did 3 pilots, and in between that you can imagine there were many lessons that were learned and how we polish up not only the delivery of the course, but the actual content. Is it relevant? And when the trainees are done with the training, those insights are very critical for us, especially for the facilitator that's delivering the course. So those insights have also helped us to see, is there a need for us to maybe split the training to maybe have a non-technical group and then split the other ones to have a technical group. So these are still under discussion. However, the benefit has been around having this diverse group within one room, exchanging, so having essentially skills transfer and knowledge transfer exercises happening within the classroom. So you see, in terms of our intended learning outcomes as far as the, as far as the ILO or intended learning outcomes are concerned, primarily what we want to look into here is the fundamentals around what high voltage is, what it looks like. So on day one, essentially, they deal with the fundamentals, which does make sense because, again, we don't want to walk in with the assumption that the incumbents or the trainees in the room are aware or are familiar with the space. So be very intentional about how we structure our training in that manner. And then the second level is on safety protocols, PPE, and emergency procedures. So each trainee is allocated their own PPE, so that's that protective gear because it is electricity, it's high voltage electricity. So, so that sort of helps them match the safety protocols and the different diagnoses that they need to do in terms of the use of the machine or the simulator itself on day 2. High voltage components, so there again they taught the fundamentals around the battery, the inverters and the relays. Again, fault finding, diagnosis, and the disconnection techniques, essentially to maybe give a better picture. On day one, after they've done these fundamentals, day two is when they actually tested to see if they actually listened in day one. And they're given the opportunity to practically do different scenarios where they do fault finding. So basically the facilitator creates a fault. Imagine it's an electric vehicle and then maybe it breaks down for one reason or the other. The task of the trainees would be to assess and see by different scenarios what exactly went wrong, and most likely to see where the fault is and how to resolve that fault, essentially. So this is why it's also attractive to our EMS colleagues as well, because they are first responders. So imagine having an electric vehicle and your first responders don't know how to take the person out of the car. They need to have at least some level of awareness around the considerations of when they need to do what they're not supposed to do. So essentially the do's and don'ts, and this is why this course is very attractive to them as well. Colleagues, again, for the sake of time, I normally go into detail when I deliver this bit, but I think it's important to just highlight some of the objectives within this training, and one of them, the core, mainly three. The first one is around safety and compliance. The second one is around measurement and testing techniques. And the third one looks into technical and knowledge analysis. And all of these elements are broken down into the relevant key aspects that we sort of like act as a checklist to ensure that we are aligned. So at the current moment, as I mentioned, we piloted this course out within the year. The main aim here is to not only to align to national standards, but international standards to ensure that we're still competitive with industry, specifically within those that are training centers and facilities. And at the moment in the country, it's only us and AIDC Gauteng that have this particular machine here. And what we also saw within our discussions is opportunity for us to do another level of skills and knowledge transfer. And the reason why we still need these skills is because not only is this space new to us, as an industry, in particular the country, but also helps with capacitating the train-to-trainer interaction. So this becomes another opportunity at a different level now that you don't only capacitate your EMS colleagues or industry, but you also want to capacitate those that train the trainees. So maybe to give perspective, the trainees are assessed. Okay, just 2 minutes, thank you so much. The trainees are assessed, and the aim here is to ensure that there's a level of assessment of their competence after the course. So there's one exercise that's done in the classroom, and there's another exercise done. It's done as a multiple choice type of question to test their competency. And the purpose of this slide here, I'm sure it might be familiar to some colleagues, is the SAQA NQF framework. And the reason why we felt it was necessary to highlight, or at least on a skills development matter, and why skills matter at this level, is for us to participate not only within the band of the QCTO, and what's unique about Nelson Mandela University is because it merged from a technical institution, so we are able to play within that space, but we're also able to play within the CHE space. And my colleagues, that is essentially my last slide. I would apologize for my pace because of time, but if anyone has any questions, we're still here. Thank you.
You press the green. Yeah, okay. Afternoon to everyone, and I will say all protocol observe. Okay. My name is Nelson Basok. I am the MD of Prisonel SA. Okay, I think I will just take you through. It's always good that, you start speaking when you have here whatever, the colleague that have been here have been talking about.
I think it gave an idea of what you need to be talking on. I will skip some of the parts that have been spoken to and just focus on what exactly, I think that is essential for us today. Building capacity, transitioning from where we are to the new energy vehicle is based on people, their ability, their capacity, on the skill that you give them for them to be able to participate in this particular transition. So for us, really, people are at the core of what needs to happen. And if we don't, provide the appropriate skill that are aligned to international standards that are accepted by the OEM, we run the risk of not participating in this particular, revolution. So, as we say that, transition to a new energy vehicle is really happening. And everything is changing. Like everyone here have said, the vehicle are changing, the energy source, the component, the diagnostic, the maintenance, and the safety. We have said it is that, we need skill. The new energy transition is that you want to transition the skill that, you are having. We have seen today, as we are talking today, there's a lot of work that's been done, but we can agree, all of us, that, it's not coordinated. That, we are working, but we don't work. We talk of partnership, we need to broaden them so that the thing lacks skill, the curriculum lack that is aligned to our local context. What, comparing with international standard are addressed. That we bring TVET onto the mix of what we need to be doing. What we have been doing is that, we have aligned with IMI. People that are here, most of them are on the automotive sector. The automotive sector is a closed sector. If we are doing things, this thing need to comply to what OEM are going to accept easily. That are going to make sure that, really, we cannot develop things that, OEM question. Aligning with IMI give us the cloud that, although we are going to be developing things locally, they are comparable to what happened internationally. And we have a facility in Roslyn, and we are training from level 1 to level 4. What we need to be doing is that we need to ensure that, this program we are having, because we have, programs that have been accepted globally, how do we localize them? How do we ensure that, as we sit here today, one of the biggest challenges we are having is unemployment. It's people that don't have work. When we sit and talk, we have been talking a lot, but if we go outside and they say what these people have been talking, people want to see people working. How do we link all these things together? When we have, particularly in Africa, we have a lot of young people. When we have aligned with IMI, it was to ensure that you have a skill shortage in UK, for instance. Europe, the adoption is high. What we have found out, people that are trained, you can also export the skill that is needed in those particular countries. So you don't just look inward, you are looking outward. really, this is in terms of policy. I think most of the things that, okay, we have listed here, some of them have been touched on. There's a lot of work that's been done, but as I've said, is that, okay, our humble view is that, okay, we need to start having a stream that's created so that this thing can be coordinated, so that we don't repeat the same thing, that we are doing the same thing in different parts. You know, a national skill framework. A lot of people are doing work in that particular area, but we don't talk to one another. Everyone is doing things on his own level. Can we coordinate that? I think the AIDC, TASEZ that have organized this will play a greater role in ensuring that, okay, people that are in that particular area, they start talking to themselves. You know, standardized competency on safety standard. What we have done, we have just appointed somebody looking at curriculum development. But curriculum development is not just here in South Africa. I think South Africa is even well placed. When you go across the border, the EV are coming on this particular market. They don't ask you, they are going to be coming here. But how do we prepare ourselves if we cannot make sure that, okay, we standardize this and we can push that through the African continent? Integrating model to the curriculum we have spoken about, but one thing there is really, you don't do this training without center of excellence. You don't do this training without having stimulator, without having training lab. When you have lab, and this requires resources, so if we have automotive hub, why we can create center of excellence where these people can participate in that particular domain, can test their knowledge before doing the practical training on full EV training. And a lot of things have been said about battery. From experience in the automotive industry, OEM are particularly very, very careful with their product. They are not going to allow you to manufacture their product if you don't have a proven concept. Just like in life, the child is born, crawl, walk, and start running. We need to be making sure that, okay, on our buying, we start by SKG and align the skill necessary to be doing that, so that the OEM that are coming, they are confident that at least we can assemble. We have seen universities doing a lot of work. People are going to be doing a lot. When you start assembling, you can move now to sell. You can start moving now. By making sure that, okay, we break that down, what will happen to us, we are not just going to be talking. You are going to have 100 people getting employed all over. But because our curriculum is aligned to assembling this particular battery coming here, assembling to 80% of the component of the bill of material that are going to be coming there. So this we need to be doing. That why we are doing that now, we are planning to the next step that, okay, we can have CKG. Promoting public partnership, I think it's happening already. And also, I think at the university, they were talking of a circular economy here, recycling, and also bringing in township, bringing in people that are in rural area. When you drive this car and they have problem in rural area, if we don't train those people to be able to power the car down, what are we going to be doing? Again, I think this, the human side, we have spoken about the human side. You know, really, for us, this transition is like a gold mine for Africa and for South Africa. It's a gold mine if we are very, very focused, intentional, but not just talking, is that people are coming in, cars are coming in. Can we convince them that, okay, we are going to assemble some of the components here so that young people with the skill that we have created start testing whatever is happening in that and we move from there. That is my call, that really all of the people sitting here are people that are sold, are converted. One message is going out there and saying, what are we doing? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for taking on the opportunity and the challenge to share with us what your industries are doing and the impact that you're making. We appreciate it. And we're going to move into more conversations. Our next conversation is one that is a broader panel discussion. I'd love to invite the facilitator selected to facilitate this section, and that is Mr. Asanda Mzinyati, Head of Business Development at AIDC. I've been seeing him the whole day, can't see him now. There he is at the back. Please come closer. I'd also love to invite members of your panel, Mr. Neil Hariram, if he's with us. To please join us as the Director for Strategic Planning, Government Relations and Product at Cherries, South Africa. And then Mr. Tsetle Liteko from NAMSA, if he stayed with us. Ms. Esther Buthelezi, Director for Government Affairs and Transformation at Ford SA. Please join us. And to our previous guests, thank you. We'll see you next year. Thank you. And this panel topic is around manufacturing of new energy vehicles. Enjoy. Just test your mics for me quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone. And, thanks for joining us in this NEV Summit. It's long been in the planning, and finally we're here today. And I would like to also welcome my panelists, and thanks for making time. We're just going to go through the questions, of which are not scary questions. It's more informative questions, which we would like each and everyone who's attending the summit would be able to take something home and to have benefited in the discussions that have actually taken place. I'm not going to be going with the order that we are seated. They normally say ladies first. I'll start with you, sister. You know, one of the things that we can pride ourselves as the AIDC is the incubation program that we are running with Ford, which has actually shown tremendous results of black industrialists participating in the main value chain of the supply of components to the Ford production line. With this change in technology that is coming, in fact it's not coming, it's here on our doorsteps, how can we, both AIDC, TASEZ and Ford, to ensure that we move the black industrialist to also participate in the component manufacturing of these products that distinguish between an NEV and an ICE vehicle in a similar format that we're currently having with the incubation hub that we've got at Ford. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Asanda. I think NEV is quite a huge topic right now, and it comes in at the right time when the world is transitioning into NEV, where it has become quite clear, not just to South Africa, but globally, as we see with the regulations that are being put in by the EU as well as the UK in terms of clean energy that is coming through, So this topic really becomes important. And what is key is how do we prepare the suppliers that we have, or the incubatees that we currently have. Currently, we do run, within the incubation program, we run a 5-year program, as you rightfully know. The question that we most probably need to ask ourselves, is our timing in line with the transition that we are seeing now? Taking it back to the question that you posed directly to me, what is it that we are doing? We obviously have already started working, building PHEVs, which were launched early this year. The program is still very much in its infancy. In South Africa, we don't have all the necessary products that we need. As an OEM, I think my colleague will attest on my right-hand side to say that because we build cars from a global platform, we are required by globally to ensure that we build a car, which is the most, which is a commodity that requires safety. And we need to ensure that we are safe. So you'll find that we make use mostly of suppliers, tier 1 suppliers. What we are currently doing is we are encouraging our tier 1 suppliers to be piggybacking on tier 2 suppliers, which are the incubatees that we have now. We at Ford currently do have an assembly plant, and within that assembly plant, we're encouraging young suppliers to be coming on board. Again, we are quite at its infancy, to come on board and ensure that they get the training, sharing of skills, which we don't have in South Africa. I think my colleague that was on the stage earlier on spoke about skills. So skills do become really critical. How do we share those skills? What are the components that we are looking at as the OEMs that are in South Africa that we can share? But what is important, Asanda, I think what we should be looking at as an incubator, working with the AIDC, how do we leverage on the mineral beneficiation that we are seeing in front? How do we go down right up until tier N, ensure that we bring those suppliers on board so that they can be the people that form the value chain that we currently have? So that we don't continuously say in 5 and 10 years' time, we are still in an infancy program position, but that we have now moved and we can really truly start looking at localization and using the incubators that we have, as we had done with some of the successful incubators or suppliers that you know, like the likes of Bugs, that has become really successful and is one of the ones that stands out that we had worked with in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Esther, for that. And I like the area that you have actually touched on, which is the mineral beneficiation. And it would have been very much nice if we had the mining industry joining us for them to give us more as to what are their plans with regards to the mineral beneficiation. The earlier speaker here did mention that most of these minerals are actually mined within the SADC region, but what are we doing to ensure that before they leave the shores of Africa, there is some work that has been done on too. But we'll have a discussion for another day. This calls for us to come back here again and talk about these issues. And coming to you, Neil, we know that there has been a serious impact that has been done by the introduction of the Chinese vehicles within the South African market, not only in South African market, but also globally, as our original OEMs are exporting, even in the countries that they export to. There is an impact that is being done by the introduction of these products. But mostly, they come as fully built-up units. And by having them on our roads, it's not necessarily meaning they are adding jobs into the value chain, because they are built somewhere else and they are only maintained here. What are your plans for your institution, Cherry, that you are representing, in ensuring that there is localization that is taking place, and also in ensuring that these products do not only come as fully built up units, they come as complete knockdown units, and moving from there to part by part, whereby localization can come into play? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to break it down into a few components. Firstly, let's talk about Cherry's success, in inverted commas, in South Africa over the past 4 years. So if you all noticed that in the past we had Cherry QQ running around Tigo series about 8 years ago with a distributor. And we partnered with a local distributor, and it was a big failure. In the last 4 years, Cherry identified South Africa as the first right-hand drive market that we would reintroduce the Cherry product. This is a big honor that we have been picked as a South African community to bring this product into the fold. Cherry is the biggest exporter of automobiles outside of China, passenger automobiles, for the last 22 years. So they trusted us to try to build the Cherry brand into the export markets. So we went from 1,000 vehicles in our first year to, we were discussing it now, to a resounding success of almost 3,300 vehicles with 3 brands, so Cherry, Omoda, and JQ. This is not me bragging about our brand. This is about me explaining a business case. That this business case needs to be justified across to our mother company, that South Africa can be the vessel for us to expand our business. So currently we have 145 dealers in a matter of 4 years. The leading Korean OEM has just under 180, and they've been here for about 30 years. So I think that's the first point of my answering the question. There has to be the right business case, there has to be the right growth for an importer to set the right conditions to become a manufacturer. Now there is a transition phase that comes through in terms of this manufacturing. So about a year ago, Cherry undertook a feasibility study, or proposed a feasibility study with our headquarters to look at South Africa's potential options on local manufacturing. And we looked at joint ventures, we looked at full greenfields localization, and we also looked at contract manufacturing. So these were 3 areas that we had to bring into it. So now, because of my volume justification and my network development in South Africa, I was able to get the study off ground. And we started engaging with other OEMs to understand how this best practices done in South Africa, and the DTIC and other government entities. And we're at a point now, we're a year on, where we're very close on finishing up the localization or the feasibility study. The biggest challenge we have as Cherry to attract business into the manufacturing business is our skills development. So a lot of the components, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers are not at a level that we require in terms of our basic standards of operations in Cherry. So let me put that in perspective. South Africa, Ford is the biggest manufacturing facility in South Africa at 200,000, potentially 200,000 units per year, and the most modern. Cherry has 4 mega factories around our main base, Wuhu, doing 340,000 cars per year. We are at full capacity. We have 2,000 suppliers. One of our colleagues earlier presented that the German suppliers or European suppliers are here in South Africa ready to partner up with us. We have these suppliers in Wuhu around our facility. This allows a lot of a high level of economies of scale and a high level of, so the cars landing here come in at a much more higher value proposition. So I would put more into the car. It makes more sense. Because China's motorization rate is quite quite more advanced, where we're going to level 1 autonomy, higher safety requirements, connected vehicles. We building and designing cars for China, right, but also for export to meet European requirements. We are in Spain at the moment. We have a production facility with a local brand called Embro, and there is some joint venture manufacturing with the specific going into Europe. So with this expansion, comes to a point of an opportunity on business from my side to say, okay, fine, Neil, how are you going to bring the manufacturing, and what's our first target? So what we want to do, bring in not CKDs, a full complete knockdown units. We want to build vehicles in South Africa, and we want to focus not on exports, but on the South African market, which is roughly around about 500,000 cars per year for LCV and PC, exceeding the heavies. So we are focusing on trying to get the business case where we don't put ourselves at risk. You know, I don't blame Ford or Mercedes-Benz or anybody else to be at the position they are with the tariffs from Trump. Just woke up one morning and said, okay, fine, let's make America great again. It affected the rest of us, right? We as Cherry now are trying to get the business case going in terms of capturing the market here in terms of local production at 50,000 units, as what the government requires. There is also the requirement for BBBEE. That's very important for us as a company to make sure that we align with the government policies to create this. We're all spending millions every year on this here, and now we need to also comply. So I think the feasibility is almost done. We're almost there. The big challenge as well is the quality of the localization. So that might take us some time if we do go ahead and push the button, let's manufacture here, to bring our local suppliers, our Chinese suppliers, and to also look at who is capable locally to manufacture the high quality, the high technology vehicles that we are actually bringing at the moment. So hope that answers your question.
Yes, you have. At some point, I was tempted to wear my business development hat from AIDC when you're talking about the skills development shortage and and what you're actually looking for to say, wow, you've come to the right place, because that's what AIDC is here to do for you. And we'll have discussions after this, definitely have discussions. Mr. Liteko, I'm going to be cautious this year.
It was this year, by the way, last time.
Oh, sorry, it was earlier this year. You know, there's quite a lot of talk when it comes to the localization. And Neil here was also talking on the aspect of the shortage of skills in the component manufacturing space. Fully aware that you also a pastor, but the question that I'm going to be asking you has got nothing to do with Psalm 35 in the Bible, but the South African master plan that we're going to be talking about. As a representative of NAMSA, you know that we've got a target, that we have to have localized the components that goes into a vehicle to up to 60% by year 2035. And currently, we're sitting at less than 40. Now, what are the plans in the industry? Because at this point in time, localization is more of a choice to the OEMs. It's not a must? Is it a must?
It's in the master plan. Localization is in a master plan.
It's in the master plan,
it's
but
a must.
what are we doing to ensure that we enforce it?
It's a funny one. Yeah, thanks, Dame Zinyati. Let me take one step back and then try to answer your call, because to a lot of points that Neil just spoke to and Ma'am Esther earlier, it's important for that perspective to be reflected on. So the way we measure local value addition is that we look at the cost of producing a vehicle, and we subtract from that cost all the imported cost, which is imported value into a vehicle. And whatever is left then is your LVA, which is your local value addition. It means this is not the value that was generated from imported components. It's a value generated from internal ones. And at this point, we know that on average, a South African vehicle has about 39, as an average of last year, 39% local value, which was generated from local, whether local labor or local supply chain. Now, or the OEMs themselves. Now, this is important to reflect on for two reasons. One, value addition in a vehicle happens predominantly in the current setup at OEM level, meaning that OEMs themselves are responsible for what local content we have in a vehicle, and they're responsible for a significant percentage of it. In fact, current estimates put it at around 70%. So 70% of local value in vehicles is still at OEM level. And then Tier 1 are responsible for about 20%, and then Tier 2s, Tier 3s, Tier 4s, well, Tier 3s in particular, and standard material suppliers will be responsible for 10%. Now, the global trends tells us that the opposite tends to be the case if you've got a mature supply chain. So with a mature supply chain, your Tier 3s tend to be the ones delivering at around 60%, your Tier 2s at around 80, Tier 1s, and then you could make your way into the OEMs providing little value. Now, the reason why that's possible is got to do with the concept of technology competitiveness. At OEM level, with OEMs currently investing in the region of about 2 billion a year, and that investment flow going at OEM level, our factories have the ability to adjust to technology requirements for production far much more faster than our Tier 1 level has investment muscle to do so. So where I would differ with Neil around the competencies of our Tier 1 levels to meet what would be a cherry feasible supply chain is on the basis that obviously capital buys you the technology and capital buys you the competence. And so some of these hurdles you would believe that we would be able to overcome. But at OEM level, it's easy for those conversions to happen where an opportunity to localize could exist there, and then you could create technology competencies and abilities to therefore deliver on that localization, and that value is kept at an OEM level. And that is the first thing we need to start to correct. And we correct it by thinking of localization as a product not only of skills, but as a product of skills with technology localization. Now, what we tend to want to do as a solution as a country is that we try to localize Tier 1s. So if I've got an OEM, I'd rather get my Tier 1 who's sitting in Germany to localize at my food doorstep so that vertical integration happens. And we know how success China has had with vertical integration and getting all their suppliers to exist in the same precinct with the OEM, and it's a learning. But some Tier 1 suppliers will not come to South Africa and give you the right investment to do that technology locally when you're only ordering 30,000 units from them because the scale is too low. So that business case then has got a challenge. But what we have not asked ourselves is what is available for us as a competitive advantage. This morning on this stage, you had 3 or 4 research papers being presented by expert academic minds of our country and research minds of our country. And we've never brought them into that industrialization conversation to create that industrial complex between industry and academia and government in South Africa. So they two are growing parallel to each other. But there's a lot of licensed production that we could mobilize as industry if we know where it lands. And currently when we mobilize this localization and licensed production, it lands at our factories as OEMs rather than land with Tier 1s or land with our research institution or land with potentially our would-be new suppliers. And this is the failure of us being deliberate as an industry to close that chasm between research and industrial output. And that's where the work will need to happen. So by that I mean, if it were possible for us to identify through our incubation programs would-be suppliers, and we deliberately say we're going to cut 1% into that imported value that is now 60%. That's about, 1% is about $1 billion in local spending that we could actually have. But now we need to get ways to make it land in a way that the quality is not compromised. And licensed production, for instance, by black suppliers or black industrialists to OEMs on the basis that they are producing locally to a license owned by someone offshore, for instance. It's a conversation that does not exist in our ecosystem for lack of that complex between academia, research, and industry. And so we need to solve quite a lot of things to make it happen. And so having had a discussion with, say, Chinese OEMs that enjoy vertical integration, where an OEM technically owns the entire value chain, the supply chain exists within their own body. Getting them to bring the OEM assembly component to South Africa and license out those suppliers to local suppliers because they can just, transplant the entire vertically integrated system into our country. It's going to be an area where we need to put our heads together and we need to be deliberate about how we solve. So my industrial research background tells me that what we define as an industrialist should be an academic researcher in South Africa, not necessarily a small business entrepreneur, and that we need to be converting a lot of our university PhD researchers into industrial producers that are able to thrive in this industry. And that conversation does not exist as a solid conversation on any platform. And that's what we're solving for as industry currently. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Coming back to you, Sister, with this new technology that is coming through, you just started as Ford to produce the plug-in hybrid. Will I be right to say it is an opportunity with this new technology to introduce new role players in the value chain of component manufacturing in South Africa? Because the tendency is always that when it comes to component manufacturing, we sort of rotate within the same tier ones, tier twos, based on the experience and the quality that is going to be coming out of there, not wanting to take the risk of going and engaging with black industrialists because of the fears that comes, the risk that comes with the running of a production in case there's a line stoppage. From the Ford side, you have taken the risk going back to the incubation program, whereby you said AIDC will put you responsible to play that role of a safety net in ensuring that your incubatees do not stop our production line, and that has been a success. Now, moving forward, Ford's plans in expanding that program and ensuring that we attract more black industrialists and also moving it to the next level now, not necessarily being incubation, but moving towards the accelerator program where we identify black industrialists or SMMEs that can play a role, but with the AIDC still playing the role of providing the safety net. What are the opportunities there?
Thank you, Chair. I think opportunities exist in all areas of the business, not just for Ford, but for all the OEMs that are in South Africa. It is how we look at those opportunities and what value do they bring into the business. You're right by saying that, you know, we obviously, our main core source is the tier one. But how do we collectively, the AIDC, the business, the OEM, critical, the governance around there. What regulations and policies come into play that makes the OEMs, the tier one, to bring abroad the black industrialists to come into play? Because, you know, for investors to come in, they are all, or we are all driven by the regulations and the policies that exist in any countries. How is the ease of getting those policies into play and following through on what has been put into play? My colleague mentioned BBBE here. It talks about skills development, so it talks about supplier and enterprise development. How intentional are we in taking those elements and making them become a reality, because those are the elements that talks to black industrialists. Coming back to us, that is one key area that we really focus on building the black industrialists, and not just building them for the sake of having them there, but they should be growing and being sustainable. When I got the brief that we were coming here, I saw that the AITF was also going to be on the panel. And that is where it becomes key for the AITF to unlock these opportunities. Because as much as we can talk about our enterprise development budget or skills, it's not enough, because we need scale, and that is what drives the OEM. We need scale. You could come to me and say, I'm building a component, because I am in business, I'm going to squeeze you to sell it to me at the least price, or at the most competitive price that I have. So we need to ensure that we build scale, but not just scale. We need to ensure that we build what is required by all the OEMs. That is why our business is so unique, is that everyone that is here, we are not building the same component or the same commodity. And that is where the challenge comes in. The scale is not enough for the black industrialist that comes in.
Thank you, Sis Esther. I just want to go back to another point to Mr. Liteko. Earlier on, it was mentioned that there is a challenge or there is a scare which is called range anxiety when it comes to the increasing number of sales for the electric vehicles or new energy vehicles in the country. From NAMSA, to move that needle in ensuring that there is a take-up into the new energy vehicles, what are you doing? And hence I'm putting this question through to you as a representative body for the OEMs, not specifically asking Neil or Esther what are they doing from Ford or Cherry, but from your side. What is NAMSA doing in ensuring that there is a broader infrastructure when it comes to the charging infrastructure throughout the country?
Thanks. By the way, I should add that both of them have got nice products that I've had a chance to test drive on South African roads. So I've had a Ford plug-in hybrid that I've test driven, and the Jetto J7 plug-in, and the Cherry Tiggo Pro 7 plug-in. So those products are quite good products. So let me acknowledge them. But yeah, Gauteng to P, but I've also driven from Gauteng to Cape Town on our roads. So effectively, Tatem Zinyati, there's 3 fears. We do have range anxiety as an anxiety for owning an electric vehicle, because once you get into an electric vehicle, unlike a petrol car, it tells you how far it can go. And there's a mental adjustment that goes with knowing how far I can go with this car versus driving a petrol engine, and you know you've ran out of petrol and you're on reserve tank. But you can trust that this car is going to give me 80 kilometers without seeing it. And so an electric car is clever enough to tell you you can only go up to 10 kilometers. And then your question becomes, will I make it to the next charging point on the basis that I know I only have 10 kilometers to go? That's range anxiety. Then you could get to the charger and your car refuses to have a handshake with the particular charging machine that you are at, purely because you never know. It could be load shedding. It could be that the charging point does not have power, or the technology in your car cannot necessarily communicate with the technology from the charging point, and so the handshake does not happen. So that's called charger anxiety, and it's also one of those big anxieties. And the third fear that we have with adoption is got to do with the fact of it takes a lot upfront to pay for these vehicles. They charge slightly more than our ICE vehicles, but the total cost of ownership, we tend to believe, favors new electric vehicles because they become cheaper with time. So that's not me answering your question. That's just me saying fears sometimes come from multiple sources. But on the infrastructure point of view, NAMSA is doing two projects. One is that we have, together with the AITF, gone and identified a would-be black supplier who's going to partner with a charging infrastructure supplier to increase the amount of charging points that are available on our roads. That's one. And to make sure that there's more charging points to allow for a lot of these. We know for a fact that the current charging infrastructure on our roads, if we're going to get to a place where 50% of our new vehicle sales is going to be charging vehicles, battery electric or plug-in hybrids, we'll therefore need almost 700 times the amount of charging points that we have currently. So we've gone ahead and we're partnering, and we've made funding available through our ecosystem to make sure that these charging points are increased. That's one aspect of it. Now, the second aspect of it is what's in the charging point or a charging station, and how much of it can be localized. So we then went and raised funding to reverse engineer the charging station to see how much of it can be localized and what that means as an opportunity for a would-be black industrialist to also form part of the production of these things once we move forward. So if you're going to be producing 700 times of what we have currently installed, how much does that represent in opportunities for a would-be industrialist, especially because high voltage wiring is some things that already we have black suppliers we're operating in. Your aluminum boxes that are shielding and protecting this unit is something already we have competence in South Africa for. And so should we be even thinking about importing these stations like we are currently? Or should that be a local competence? So NAMSA has completed a project this year to figure out how to make that a local competence so that moving forward we can produce these units locally. And those are two examples of projects where NAMSA is deliberately introducing interventions. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Neil, this will be part of your parting shot. As you have mentioned that Cherry is actually leading in terms of export into China. From the trends that you have noticed from your organization, looking into the South African market, how soon do you think the curve is going to change where there is a more buy-in into the new energy vehicles as compared to the ICE vehicles? Because the graph has been flat for quite some time, and some of the reasons were the infrastructure anxiety, where people, what Mr. Liteko have just explained, that people have got concerns of changing to the new technology. Now, with the introduction of these new vehicles that are coming more from the east, how soon do you think this graph is going to change, where there is more increase onto the new energy vehicles and more, not necessarily saying surpassing the ICE vehicles? How quickly do you think that change will be coming?
Tomorrow. Okay, so before I get into this, I actually want to highlight something from questions from several bit earlier, was on the supply chain or the vertical integration for the Eastern brands. I'm not talking only China, I'm talking India as well, where, and the universities and what important role they play. I love our universities in Africa, but we are still very Western influenced, and we are very academic based. I come from an R&D background, and I've worked in Europe and in Asia, and there's a big difference. When I joined Cherry, my director, the person my same level we were reporting to, was 27 years old. I was 40 when I joined. And he only spent 3 years at university as an electrical engineer. And then he worked on the Cherry line for 6 months. And now he's a country director for Thailand. So what I'm saying is that we need to look at how we change our thinking towards academia, and academia becoming a business and becoming the provider, because we have something also called Cherry technology, where our suppliers, we own our suppliers. And that's why I'm saying my business case to localize is very different and very difficult to yours, because we need to bring everybody at one time. So I think that's what we need to understand. And the speed, we have people working 24/7. I'm not saying it's slavery at some point, but people want to work. They want to have that passion to work at Cherry. They want to, because we are, other Chinese OEMs aren't as complex as us, but to have that drive and passion for the automotive industry from younger people, which we need here in South Africa, not just to become small business owners. We need something bigger. We need something greater. The trend of the automotive industry coming to play was highly driven by incentives. Maybe in the UK, we saw the incentives when it went up, the NEV went up, but it's been flat for one specific reason. It's still high. The uptake of vehicles are still high. But so there is a volumetric, there may be a percentage every month going at a pretty flat rate, but there's still 100,000, 200,000 cars, new energy vehicles being bought. Because once you start driving the cars, please, my 2 cars are out there, have a look at the cars. Understand that the whole driving experience changes when the driving dynamics changes completely when you drive a new energy vehicle. I'm talking plug-in hybrid, battery electric vehicle, and a hybrid vehicle. And the idea behind this for us, where people are starting to become more and more educated. Education is very critical for us, experience and education. And we're seeing this in China because there's a slowdown in China because some provinces, actually, you can only sell an electric vehicle on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then you have to sell, so this is what's other drivers in the thing. Some ban the electric vehicles because there is for sale because there's too many electric vehicles. So that also slows down. So the demand is there. Europe is kind of very small in terms of the number of cars it's sold. So it's already in that state of 10 years where electric vehicles are being bought. And they're closing their doors now to ICE. And this becomes a challenge. South Africa needs to look at new global partners. We need to look away from the Western partners, that's Europe and Americas, and look at the East and how we can sell to the East. This is the message I'm bringing across to everybody. That's my business case. We have the skills, we have this here, we just need to have the right partnerships going forward.
Thank you, Neil. Just a follow-up, Neil, on your side. Any plans for you going to Africa and using South Africa as a platform?
So in our feasibility, the first 2 key points, can't tell you the first one, I'll tell you the second one. The second one is to be a established South Africa, because we are a mature automotive production country, to create a gateway, I hate using the word gateway into Africa, but to be the vessel that we can start producing vehicles that we can export into Africa. I know AITF, African Free Trade Agreements coming through. There are vessels that we can actually look at, but also we at very big risk because the rest of Africa is a dumping ground for the rest of the world. And we need to stand up to the rest of the world, keep your cars. Right, don't dump it in, you have to recycle your cars, recycle your thing, because it is a 360 value chain on NEV, where it comes to recycling, all of that. So all Kenya is taking cars from Japan, where are the batteries going? Is managed properly? It's not. We are being abused again in that specific sense. So we want to go into Africa, we have a plan to go into Africa, but we have other challenges. Okay, so the West needs to stop allowing that facility to come in, then we can increase the African automotive new car sales. I think that will, on the LCV side, that's going to be a help amazing if we can actually stop the grey imports to increase the market. So in Africa. And I think this is where the challenge is coming. We want to go into Africa, but for the last 17 years I've been involved, nothing has changed in Africa.
Thank you very much. Sister Esther?
Yes, Chair.
Your last words.
Last word. I think what is key when we're looking at NEV and transitioning into NEV, it's key that we sustain what we have, currently what we have, albeit it being ICE, but it's key that we sustain that, because once we start looking at the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we heard last week that the autos has now been approved under African Continental Free Trade Agreement. That is a huge opportunity for South Africa to be going in there. But we need to be in a state of readiness. Number one, we need to make sure that our black industrialists are ready to go in there. They've got the scale that they require. They've got the skills that they require to go in there. We need to create the demand that the people want to trade with South Africa. We need to have the right commodities in South Africa that we are prepared to give to Africa, not even looking outside, but to give to Africa. But we also need to ensure that we remain competitive, whether it being with our policies that we have and whether it being in the way that we do things. But we need to make sure that we up our game. We also need to be super careful because there are other African countries that are really coming up behind us, and they're a real force that we need to reckon with. If we take, for example, what Morocco is currently doing, we need to be super worried as to what we are doing currently, and we need to ensure that we take the low-hanging fruits. One of them being our logistics in place, which is what is the vehicle that drives us? Is our policy in place, which is what drives us? Do we have the right skills in place? Are we equipping our people the way that they should be equipped in order for them to be ready when the time comes? I'm cognizant of your time.
Thank you.
So according to the clock, I've got 30 seconds.
No, they have actually extended yours with 4 minutes.
Okay.
So from NAMSA,
So-
what would you say as your parting words?
So I would say that, look, two things for me are important. Whenever I speak to Gauteng champions for industrial growth, I think Gauteng needs to treat itself as a cluster, and you need to look into cluster development as a mechanism. KZN and Gauteng, both of them are auto clusters that are set by default, not by investment. And so if you invest as a cluster into how you develop the region to be catalytic for the growth of the auto industry, you'll see that your interventions would make sense. We do most of our steel fabrication still in the east. We manufacture the cars almost in the west, northwest, and in Pretoria, and then we put them 5 by 5 on the road to go to Durban. 5 by 5, Master. It's horrible what Ford is doing to us when we go to holidays to Durban, because we have to overtake all these 5 cars going to the shoreline. So we need to figure out how to put more cars. But my point here being, cluster development means that as a cluster, you have to figure out what your synergies are, what your required infrastructure is, and then you need to support that cluster to be a deliberate cluster so that things are not happening haphazard, and that will lead to the type of economic growth that we need, even in the interim, before we even think around what mobility looks like. Neil was talking about level 1 autonomous vehicles, and these are cars that drive themselves, and where would they do that in Gauteng? It's a question that we need to be solving for. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's give the panelists a round of applause, and thank you very much.
I think you need a round of applause. What an amazing facilitator of a panel. And thanks to you for sticking it through. It was a very interesting conversation. I'm sure it kept you captivated. So thank you. We have one more, a quick panel with just 2 people for us to go through. Yes, I'm correct. So for this one, it's about retrofitting vehicles and micro-mobility. On stage, please, can I have Dr. Stephen Lacock, Market Lead for Rome, South Africa? And then may I please have Ms. Jasmine Skate, Ergon Equipment. And I'm wondering how you're going to run it. Are you happy to stand and chat? Are you happy to stand and chat using a mic? Please come up. Right. I've got some mobile mics that you can use. So, do you want to, each one of you go first?
Okay. Awesome. Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. So I'm actually representing the University of Stellenbosch today, although I'm also the market lead of Rome, South Africa. But today, hopefully to Cherry, Ford, and Namza, who was just on the stage, hopefully this will present a practical use case where university actually meets the industrial needs that is required in order for the localization of electric vehicles to move forward. So I will be speaking specifically about a use case where we have retrofitted a 65-seater Golden Arrow bus as well as a minibus taxi, and how that has been continuing, and also the business opportunity for that. So to give you an idea, we have retrofitted this minibus taxi in 2023. Myself personally has already driven over 4,000 kilometers in the taxi in the Western Cape. I don't know who looks more shocked, me or the people next to the road, when a random white guy comes with a taxi and picks them up and drives them around and asks them if they enjoyed the experience. Usually the answer is yes, but they are a bit confused. The point is the powertrain works, and it was completely done locally here in South Africa by local engineers in local industry with the university, working together with government as well as industry to build it. This is basically a conversion. We took out the engine, put in a brand new powertrain. We have a 40 kilowatt hour battery pack inside of it, so it can do around 180 kilometers. And the battery pack at the moment is in the back just because we wanted to access it in case it blew up. It didn't. Hallelujah. Next iteration can go to underneath the taxi. The point is, this went into the next cycle of the project, which was a 65-seater Golden Arrow bus, which then led into the deployment of the 120 BYD buses that we currently see operating in Cape Town. So just to give a quick view of the bus, it's also directly coupled to the differential gearbox. We have the battery packs in, which was done locally as well. And there's the high voltage system. It completely has the old brakes and everything. I don't want to bore you with a lot of technical slides. So this slide represents 39 journal published articles as well as 29 conference articles that has been done by our research group in the past 5 years on electrifying the public transportation system of sub-Saharan Africa, looking specifically at minibus taxis as well as buses, but also how the supply chain works and how we can fit that into the entire ecosystem, moving from the grid to the wheel on the road to the passengers. And I will basically give a summary of that in terms of the retrofit context. When it comes to retrofitting, you have to keep 3 things in mind. Firstly is the homogeneity of the vehicles. Secondly is homologation strategy. And then finally, the business to scalability, which is the interesting part. But firstly, we need to understand there's about plus minus 300,000 taxis currently operating in South Africa. There's around plus minus 20,000 65-seater buses that's operating, all of the same model. This is extremely critical when it comes to retrofitting, because I don't want to go and redesign an entire powertrain when I switch between models. That deteriorates the business case, the scalability, and everything that goes with it. So in terms of why retrofitting not necessarily worked in international countries, it can work here because we have many of the same vehicles on the road that's currently old, operating on pollutive internal combustion engines, and we do have the potential to actually retrofit these buses. But here comes the big thing. To get this bus or this minibus or any retrofit vehicle on the road of South Africa is extremely difficult. So the 2 examples I showed you is currently the only 2 vehicles that has been legally registered on South African roads and are retrofitted. We did it by keeping the weight exactly the same in the vehicles, the mass distribution, etc., etc. The second way we did it, we did no chassis modifications. So as close as possible to its original condition and behavior. This is the only way we were able to actually register the vehicles to electricity by doing an engine swap. Sadly, however, this strategy has been closed down. So you can't do that anymore in South Africa. There's a few reasons for it, also a very long discussion. What it basically comes down to is that in South Africa, the NRCS withholds you to the ECER 100 regulations, which is a European standard regulation. And for any vehicle that I manufacture in South Africa, I need to send that vehicle to Europe. I need to get it tested, put it back on a ship, send it back here, and it will cost me close to 5 million to 10 million rand for one model. So in terms of business, in terms of supply chain, anything that we are able to do as a country, we can't do because the regulations are not in place. And the problem is not necessarily us not being able to test it. I'm from the university where we can test every single component to every single accreditation that's required. But the problem is we don't have an accredited test facility in South Africa to meet that standard or to give you the certification that is required to get that vehicle on the road. This is the most critical problem of the entire retrofitting case. And as I can see someone shaking his head here, most probably any electric vehicle that we want to produce locally here in South Africa. To give you an idea, we have no specific conversion standard, we have no local accredited test facility, and if you can get it right, it took us about 12 to 14 months to homologate one bus. And by that time, we moved into 120 BYD buses being imported just because of time's sake. What this means, local manufacturing goes down, job creation goes down, skill development goes down, and fully built imports continues to increase. That is the reality. The business case, however, just to give the other side of it, the project did lead into us being able to deploy 120 BYD buses that's currently being rolled out in the Western Cape for Golden Arrow buses. Currently, they have 80 buses in operation. They do around 200 kilometers at an efficiency of 1 kilometer per kilowatt hour. The retrofit bus actually has the exact same efficiency, which proves a lot of theories out there wrong in terms of retrofitting being less efficient. Then they have almost 60 chargers currently going. Just to give you an idea that it is possible to do it with solar power. Currently, there's a 1.3 megawatt hour solar plant that has been implemented at the depot, and we're able to charge all 60 buses during peak hours of sun during the day, but they also do trickle off-peak charging at night. Very interesting, lot of academic articles about that. The point is, this is very summarized, but we do see 40% less maintenance, we do see about 80% less operational costs, and also the reality is we see about the reduction of 30% in labor cost just because it's easier to operate an electric bus. That 80% savings in operational cost, it is a combination between 65% in energy as well as some other operational costs, but it comes down to the point where fleets like Golden Arrow is looking at completely changing their fleet to electric just because of the economics. So it brings us to the point, when it comes to retrofitting, a diesel bus costs around 4 million rand, a new electric bus costs between 7 to 9 million rand, and then the big question of why retrofit, we can do it for 2.5 million rand. Now I'm not standing here and say we need to compare a retrofit bus with a new diesel bus. In fact, you can do it. The payback period is a bit longer. But what we're actually suggesting through our studies is that you should compare a refurbished diesel bus versus a retrofit bus. To give you an idea, Golden Arrow has over 900 plus MAN HB2 buses that they refurbish after 12 years. It costs them about 300 to 500,000 rand to refurbish that bus. They drive it for another 3 years, then sell it off to schools, to local communities, which they then use for who knows how long. And the safety of that bus and the integrity of that bus is a big question mark. When you retrofit that bus, yes, you pay 2.5 million rand to retrofit that bus, but some technical overview, your initial cost, 2.5 versus 300,000 rand. After 5 years alone, your operational cost is only 2.7 million rand when it comes to a retrofit bus, and your diesel bus is almost 5 million rand. Just to put it in a pretty graph, there you can see within 5 years you have paid back the initial capital cost on your retrofit bus. When you have to do a refurbished bus 3 times over 15 years, where retrofit bus can last 15 years, and this is not even speaking about the recyclable value of that retrofit bus. When we take out the batteries, which is usually around 80% efficient, which we can still use in any solar plant or stationary storage. So the point is, homogeneity is there for buses as well as taxis. In terms of the buses, currently Golden Arrow is ready to retrofit 900 plus of their buses. Homologation, however, is completely blocked. So even though the business case looks pretty and everything, trust me, I've done a lot of calculations, and we actually can do it here in South Africa, but there's no way to homologate it. That's where the university, and I hope someone here listening today as well as with industry, where we can come together to start writing these policies and regulations and standards based on our local supply chain, our local capabilities, as well as our local test facilities and what they can actually be accredited for to test. Because there's no point of holding us to a standard which we can test, but we are not locally accredited to prove that it's been tested. And that's the main hurdle when it comes to the retrofitting of buses. When we do it, local manufacturing increases, job creation increases, because retrofit is a high labor-intensive thing to do. Skill development drastically increases. We have 2 vehicles. We have trained over 30 students in the past 2 years. We have a new training curriculum that's launching in the beginning of next year, where we will have full EV design as a course at the University of Stellenbosch, etc. And then what is required? We need funding as research institutions. We almost went bankrupt in January in spite of all the work we did in the past 3 years, including the almost 50+ journal articles. We need synergy between government, industry, policymakers, as well as academic institutions. And then we need to review the standards and regulations as soon as we can. In plain terms, we are 2 prototypes away of actually doing this at scale. It will cost us about 8 million rand to do the 2 prototypes specifically. And the reason why it's 8 million, because I intend to send the bus to Europe to get it homologated and send it back to prove the point that we can do it. And there's over 900 buses that we can retrofit tomorrow if the funding is there and if the regulations is there. And hopefully this is not a stress call. With this stress call, I'm not negative. In fact, I'm the most positive person that you will meet. Maybe it's because I'm from academia, but I can tell you that if we can really start to line these things and the structures and the engineering capabilities that we have, not only in the academic industry, but as well as in industry, we just heard it. If we can just combine it and come together in one table, we can actually set a standard that hopefully will benefit all local suppliers as well as local OEMs for the future. Thank you. Jasmine, I hope you have the same opinion. There you go.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'll get used to that. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jasmine Skate. I'm the Director of Ergon Equipment in South Africa. Just to give a bit of a background, Ergon is an international company, and we are dealing with alternative fuel technologies in general. Let's say that we offer a solution that's an A to Z solution, from starting off a project to completing a project, from licensing perspective, from regulation perspective to full implementation. When we're talking alternative fuel, and I know that I'm getting into a sensitive part because everybody, when we say gas in my vehicle, it's not taken as gas in my vehicle, but it's more taken as, ouch, gas in my vehicle. So gas is a widely known technology for internal combustion engines, and there is different gases that can be converting engines. LPG, LNG, CNG, natural gas in general, hydrogen are some of the gases that can indeed convert an internal combustion engine. Our scope and our expertise is to start the Autogas project, as it's internationally called, into new markets. Africa is one of them. More precisely, Southern Africa is one of them. Our scope includes involving technical expertise, developing conversion centers across the country, creating and developing infrastructure, including refueling stations, covering the A to Z solution, as I said earlier, because the value chain of Autogas cannot be interrupted. As a company, we are prepared and we are embracing this project in general, offering also funding when that is not available, because we do believe that the moment someone, a company, an individual, a government experiences the benefits of autogas projects, embraces immediately. Let's go to why autogas and to what autogas is. First of all, it is not a new project. I know it sounds new to everybody, and it is new for South Africa, but runs all around the world for more than 80 years in the global market successfully. There is a lot of countries around the world where more of the 50% of the running vehicles are running on gas, on different gas. Some brilliant examples in the global market is Turkey, is Thailand, is India, is Brazil. And every single country has started implementing this project in a different way. Sometimes, I would say most of the times, is government incentive involved. In South Africa, unfortunately, something like that is not happening yet. The autogas technology is an add-on system to the vehicle. You have a petrol vehicle, you have a petrol car, we add the system, and your petrol car always remain a petrol car. You can always run it on petrol. A diesel truck, we implement the system, it can always be a diesel truck. Always default is the original fuel. This add-on system, and I will briefly go on the next slide about where everything is going. It's just a system that you run with to save money, you run with to save emissions, while at the same time, if you run out, you go immediately on your petrol function or your diesel function. So you don't have an operation interruption, you don't have a breakdown interruption, you always go back just with a simple switch to where you were before. Talking about cost savings, we're talking about a 40% cost saving in average on a petrol conversion to gas. I'm sure we all understand that even a 5% sometimes can make a big difference to a business, to a government, to a fleet, to an industry. 40% is excessive, I know, it sounds unreal, but it is real. The saving on a technology like that comes purely by the fuel price difference, from nothing else. We're not changing anything to the engine to consume less. We're not changing anything to the weight distribution to consume less. It's purely by the fuel price difference. This concept is based on a principle which is the more you drive, the more you save. So simple. Right now, gas price is about 50 to 55% cheaper for the end user at the pump, at the filling station. We say 40% average just to be pessimistic a bit, or realistic, you call it as you want. And at the same time, by using gas, we're using a greener fuel. We all know, and we are all here because of the need of reducing emissions, harmful emissions, and different gas, all the gases that I referred to previously belong to the greener emission environment, with different harmful emission reductions, each of them. Mentioning, though, the cost saving of 40%, I have to mention that in order for anyone to convert to gas, the initial investment to get that 40% saving is nothing. It's a minimum amount. It's a very small amount. I can name it in rand. It could be anything from 25 to 30,000 rand to get 40%. I'm sure we all understand if we're talking about a government fleet or a normal fleet or a taxi fleet, your return on investment in converting to gas, it's anything between 5 to 10 months. Is it safe? I'm sure you're all wondering if it's safe. Is it going to explode? No, it's not going to explode. It's safer than petrol and diesel, and the autogas technology in South Africa is fully compliant with current safety regulation. The components themselves also, plus the conversion principle and the conversion procedure is also prescribed fully into the local regulation. That's a basic diagram of how a conversion could be done on any vehicle. A fuel tank, an additional fuel tank at the back space of the vehicle. It can be a small cylinder, it can be a round one, we call it donut, it's a spare wheel replacement. There is options, there is different sizes. We always adjust it according to the available space in every vehicle. Refueling point, just next to the tank on any side out of collision zoning. And at the front side, everything is actually done into the engine. There's a fuel line coming from the tank to the engine. It's connected directly into the manifold. It goes through a gas filter to keep the sediments. The injectors are connected onto the manifold. And before then, actually, we take it through a reducer, which is a pressure regulator, to make sure that from the fuel line, we control what pressure we're going to inject into the manifold. Everything is happening electronically. Our ECU is controlling everything. And actually, the system is a master and slave system. And I'm mentioning that because you might be thinking that, okay, how do you understand what my vehicle is doing, how my vehicle is running? We're copying from our ECU the ECU of the manufacturer. We're not changing the ECU of the manufacturing, but we're copying it in a way that everything that your car runs on petrol, we understand it and we translate it in gas. It's as simple as you see it here. A normal driver doesn't need to know anything besides where is my switch. My switch is next to the steering wheel and allows me to switch on to petrol, on to gas at any time, at any speed, without cooling down the vehicle, switching on the vehicle while I'm driving. Refueling infrastructure. All these questions are coming together. Where do I fill up? Where do I convert my car? Who's going to do it? Is he certified? Does he know what is he doing? As I said earlier, we don't unfortunately have yet any government incentives. So embracing this project and starting it from scratch in South Africa, we decided that everything has to be done completely by us in the beginning. Refueling infrastructure is a very crucial part that we are involved in, fully certified by current regulations, fully safe. This is just an example I'm giving here because it's just a normal LPG tank, for example, same as you will see in all commercial industrial applications, connected with a dedicated pump to a dedicated LPG dispenser, which is exactly looking the same as a petrol or a diesel dispenser. Nothing different than that. The same application we can follow on a truck with different gases, also with CNG, also with LNG, also with hydrogen. The principles are the same. The reasons are different, why to choose a different fuel. The savings are different, the specs are different, but the reasons remain the same. You would be wondering maybe why I don't see it around me. Who is converting? Why are they converting? Where are they driving? And where is all that? It is in South Africa. We are here in South Africa for the last 12 years. And we had to go through a long journey for that to start being implemented. From fighting misconceptions, from working closely with the regulatory authorities, with working closely with SAQCC for all the safety standards. That takes time. Luckily, though, we could say that the last couple of years, it is indeed gaining traction. There is a couple of thousand of vehicles converted already in South Africa. Of course, it is not easy to approach the individual drivers in the individual market, so this effort, of course, starts from the fleet industry, the government fleets, the private fleets, the taxi industry, the e-hailing industry. The reason is that the fleets is easier to serve them by a more limited refueling infrastructure because they are running through certain areas where you can easier support with filling stations. It's not easy for any company, as you may understand, to go out and say, I'm implementing 1,000 stations immediately. It's very cost ineffective. But slowly, slowly, getting this traction, we have already penetrated the fleet industry. I would say that some of the big national fleets right now are converting to LPG and CNG. Some of the big logistics, national logistic companies are already converting to CNG and LNG. Taxi industry, we achieved a very big contract with assistance from Department of Transport, and that was a huge success for the industry. I'm sure you understand it was not easy, but Department of Transport right now is assisting the taxi industry to convert to gas. To give you an indication, the taxi industry is getting a return on investment on 5 months. They have no loss of performance. Nobody sees the tank because it's underneath as a spare wheel replacement. The drivers and the operators are super happy. E-hailing industry, the same. We're continuously engaging and we're converting e-hailing vehicles. Question, where's the car manufacturers on our project and how they see it? Obviously, that's a different question to answer, but already there is certain car manufacturers that have been testing the project excessively with us. They are accepting warranties on the project as a retrofitment, as an aftermarket product, but at the same time, there is certain manufacturers that allow us to keep the warranty on 0-kilometer conversions, which is a huge success to move to the next step of the market and trying and get warranty cover 0-kilometer as a product coming from the manufacturer's portfolio. Same on cars, same on trucks. The problem we're facing is a limited refueling infrastructure. That question always will be there. Where do I fill up if I convert? If I can't fill up, I don't convert. We are running an expansion phase on the refueling infrastructure right now, and we're expecting that in the next 2 to 5 years, that will be covering a big landscape, allowing more and more people to convert. Autogas is embraced nowadays by main authorities. Actually, we're working very closely with LPG Association and Gas Association and Industrial Gas Association. And we have trainings on board. We have a lot of different activities from their side to embrace autogas and adding on skills. At the same time, AIDC is embracing big time this project, and we thank them for that because we're working together on the train-the-trainer procedure in order to add more skills into the industry. And at the same time, we are working on a potential localization and local manufacturing of certain components. Our view on this project is that it can only be successful in South Africa and from here onwards to SADC countries if the local industry is involved, if the local technicians have the skills to be involved, if the local authorities embrace it. We're not expecting miracles, but we try to engage with the correct people in the correct authorities and industries to make them part of it. I have prepared just a brief, non-complicated business case to show you the real numbers on a normal vehicle and current fuel prices, current LPG pricing, average mileage of 6,000 kilometers, which I have to say it's not an average mileage for an individual car, but let's say call it a fleet, call it a taxi. Real fuel consumptions, right? If you see the end number, comes to a 38.64% saving monthly. That's a big amount. If we think township development, if we think hubs, if we think sensitive industries, not everybody afford the initial cost of investment, even if it's small. We are here to participate on that. We're here to assist. But on the other hand, the amount of saving and the real money that someone can get back in his pocket, it is huge. This is the reason we believe, even if it looks like we have gone through a lot of hurdles for this to be embraced, even at an entry-level stage, it looks like this project has potential in South Africa, same as has potential and is implemented in a lot of countries around the world. South Africa has a very specific environment with big daily distances, not the same with Belgium, not the same with Germany. In Germany, they take the bus, they go to work, or they drive a turnaround trip from home to work and back like 50 kilometers. Here, we drive every day more than 150 kilometers, easy. daily distances, daily costs, operation costs, all that forces us to get to certain solutions. Of course, it takes us a lot of time, but we are confident that we can convince the key players that this is a real project. It's not a magic button. It's a real project that can save money to people. And at the same time, it is a proven technology that it is already working around the world and has a future in South Africa as well. Thank you.
Well done for taking the last part of the journey. Yes, we're done. You've done exceptionally well. They'd love to take a picture of you. I don't know why, but no, I mean, there's something about the two. Nobody else got a picture. I don't know. I didn't even get a picture. It's to show them that we're diversified. We're diversity and inclusive. Could be. I don't know, you know? Or somebody paid. Phela Stellenbosch. It's not Tshwane. Okay, let me stop. Stop. Okay, all right. That's what happens when you are tired and you are menopausal. Let's please. My brakes are off. Batteries are flat. Yo, stop, Zanele, right? Somebody come take me off the stage, and that person is going to be Ubega Zulu, and he leads the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. But Bega, thank you so much. We've seen so much of you today. You've become a media person. I need a signature, please, at the end. Please come close the session for us. Is that him? Let's give him a round of applause. Look at the swag. Look at the swag. Yes, sir. Yeah, just gentle, like a bit like Obama. You know, you mustn't overdo it. You know, just Nje. Gently, gently. Stand up.
Thanks, Mazz. I know in other worlds they call you Mazz, the Vibrant Program Director. This is the last item for the day, and I'm standing between you and lovely cocktails. So I'm going to be very long, so that by the time you go to your cocktail session, at least you're nicely exhausted there. Yeah, I think for my closing remarks, in the main, I just want to also thank the Honorable MEC in his absentia for having graced this event and also giving us the message of support and to know that we are supported by the executive authority of the province, and also we are supported by the political leadership. And for me, today was a day not just about the dialogue. It was a day of direction. Every speaker that spoke to us here was giving us direction. Direction in a sense that every presentation, every exchange was the emergence of a shared vision. This shared vision is where it sees South Africa transitioning into sustainable mobility and also the industrial renewal. And Gauteng, being the industrial capital of South Africa, occupies a strategic position in this ecosystem. The economy it hosts is significant for automotive investment and logistics infrastructure. And as a province, we will continue working with stakeholders like yourselves and the various experts that came from academia, the industry, and all aspects of intellectual property that contributed to make this summit a success for today. And as we collaborate, and I think the aim and the message that was sent today is about collaboration. We need to create these collaborative platforms that will continue to advocate for job creation, will advocate for SMME development and technology localization. And this demonstrates the partnership between public and private sector. And I always say in one of my interviews that the collaboration, it's like a race, a relay race, where you have different athletes that are passing a baton to the next one. And each and every one of those athletes has a particular contribution and a skill. And some of them are not as fast as the other ones. So there's a strategic allocation of these different athletes in a different post. If you look at the 4x1, you'll have a faster, and then at the end you have the fastest so that they can make up. So this relationship and collaboration with government relies or necessitates us to be able to pass the baton to the other. So it's not about competing as to who's going to do what, it's to see who has the strength in the different aspects of the racetrack, and we pass the baton to the particular player. And today, the deliberations reaffirm South African readiness to lead Africa's green mobility for the future. And as Gauteng, we call for an urban-driven industrialization where we're going to piggyback on the policy direction and some of the insights that came from different organizations that were giving clear messages and momentum that we are building on. Today, we emphasize that technology and labor must advance together for a just transition. While we look at the remainder of the power of global collaboration, it's important to highlight the bold tone that Gauteng's role in anchoring Africa's economy and sessions is showcased by the speakers that came in today. And this showed the glowing confidence that we have in the local NEV manufacturing and investment. In essence, this day clarified policy direction, confirmed industry capabilities, and strengthened our private-public partnership. And today, we've set a stage for a deeper and technical investment discussion for day 2 tomorrow. What have we learned today? These are some of the questions that we need to be asking. We've learned that NEV revolution is no longer a possibility, it's a present reality. And that South African leadership must deliberate and coordinate on a bold stance to make this happen. Our policies and infrastructure and the workforce must move in harmony. I always say, in this journey, we leave no one behind. We all transition together as a collective. So that if we succeed, which we will, we must be able to redefine our industrial base, uplift our people, and restore competitiveness on the world stage. Gauteng is not just a province of governance, it's a province of insights, industry, logistics, and innovation. And this is where the heart of South African Automotive Corridor is aligned to our urban planning, to our energy policies, investment frameworks that are ready to create the global competitiveness that we need. As I close, we are looking at creating the kind of investment and growth that is going to be inclusive of SMMEs, components manufacturers, academia, and everyone that is involved in making sure that we achieve the NEV value chain. And these achievements are not ends themselves. They are building blocks of a new phase of South African industrial journey. This is a journey. And tomorrow, I'm hoping, when we look at day 2, we can focus on shifting some theory into practice, some dialogue into design, as we see some of the aspects in the discussion that looks at mineral beneficiation, micro-mobility and retrofitting, which was one of the topics that was spoken about today, and more in-depth aspects in the charging infrastructure, which will address some of the technical and policy challenges that we need to overcome as a nation. Again today, the issue of skills development was touched on to make sure that it brings the right capital with the right pace so that we are able to pace ourselves for the new journey. The call for purpose. My call is to say, as a collective, South Africa's NEV transition is not a single sector, but it's a national movement. It's not a single sector endeavor, but it's a national movement. And it requires us to plan boldly and to invest bravely. And governments that will be given by us a mandate to execute things decisively. As we close, let's recommit ourselves in this collective mission to make our Gauteng province cleaner, smarter, and more connected. And to make this province more greener and globally competitive. And to make sure that our policies become sharper and simpler and faster to ensure service delivery. And to the speakers that spoke today, where they were aligning us to policy, innovation, investment, and people-focused approach. We say to our speakers and partners, thank you for an extraordinary first day and insight into collaboration. On behalf of the Gauteng and AIDC, TASEZ, Department of Transport, GGDA, and the province, let's return tomorrow with the same passion that we have today and an urgency that we have and clarity, because the future we are building is not a tomorrow's ask. As we begin, I want to thank all the partners that are exhibiting outside, all the stakeholders that came in, all the contributors that have allowed us to put Gauteng first and drive NEV going forward. I thank you. Have a lovely evening. See you later at the cocktail. Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you so much for today. Drive safely, enjoy the cocktail. Thank you to the DJ. Please let the music roll. You got a thing going on there. I like it. And to everybody who's organizing and to you, thank you so much. We'll see you next year and we'll track the progress. I make notes. Have a good one. Tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Yes, we'll see you tomorrow. Not next year, tomorrow. Tomorrow you've got a friend of mine, Kathy Mushahlana, hosting you. I will give her a very light overview of my job today.